Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. It's 5 o'clock. So we're going to call the meeting to order, please. So thank you so much. So we'll call the regular March 6, 2025 Apple Valley Unified School District regular meeting to order at 5 p.m. And with that, we'll move on to roll call. And Amanda Buchanan.
I'm here.
Okpara.
I'm here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
Anita Tucker.
She's on her way.
She's on the way?
She's on it.
She's stuck. Okay. Rick Gonaroli, I'm here. So while we're waiting for Anita, if you guys would please stand and join me for the pledge.
Oh, here she is.
Oh, there she is. Hang on, we'll give her a chance to sit down.
Okay.
Okay, join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on for public comments for closed session items. And I have some speaker cards here. So you know that we're limited to 3 minutes and 20 minutes per topic, but I think we should be able to get through everybody here if everybody stays on track. So first up is Karen Sabers.
Good evening. My name is Karen Sabers, and I am proud to be speaking to you today as the AVUSD Union President. I want to take a moment to thank everyone for your unity and showing up tonight, even over in the overflow. Your presence speaks volumes about the strength of our unions. In 2008, I was one of the teachers affected by the rifts and received a pink slip. Back then, I never imagined we'd find ourselves in the position again here in Apple Valley. At that time, we were misled and told that if we agreed to place a cap on our insurance, all teachers would be able to return, and that once we were in better times, we would be made whole again. Unfortunately, that promise has not been fulfilled. Over the years, we've continued to slide in the rankings compared to other districts in the high desert. In our negotiations, we switched to interest-based bargaining because we always had to fight for everything, unlike other districts. And even when we've received something, we've often been made to feel guilty for what little we had been given. After 3 years without being able to negotiate for help with health and welfare benefits and salary increases, we were finally able to open these discussions, only to be told that the district is running in a deficit and having to make severe cuts to positions and programs. Once again, we were being told there was no money to help with health and welfare or a salary increase. If the district cannot support us in these areas now, we must be made a high priority after May revise. Our work is essential, and we deserve to be a priority. I've spoken with different district staff, and have been assured that changes will be made. They've promised that our district will undergo a reset and restructure. I truly hope this happens, and I hope there is follow-through. The damage has been done, and many teachers have expressed a desire to leave the district because of the instability. They know they won't take a financial hit by moving to a surrounding district, and I know this to be true. It's heartbreaking to see the state of our district, to hear the anger and mistrust that so many of us feel, including myself. The AVUSD family has been broken to the point where I'm not sure we can even call it a family right now. Many do not feel that they are treated with dignity and respect they deserve. Goal number 4 in the AVUSD Governance Handbook is fiscal responsibility. And let me be clear, we are absolutely not achieving that goal right now. Thank you for your time, and in solidarity, Karen Sabers.
Thank you for your comments. Second speaker will be Lesley McKinley.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lesley McKinley, lead negotiator and vice president of the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. I came to this district in July of 1986, and on the day I received my job offer here, I also received a job offer from Victor Elementary. There was no question which offer I was going to take. Apple Valley was the place in this region where people wanted to work. 5 of us came to this area from my previous district, and we felt bad for the one guy who didn't get to come to Apple and had to settle for Victor instead. My, how things have changed. Apple Valley has sadly become non-competitive with other school districts in the area. Our salaries continue to fall behind other districts. Student discipline, and in too many cases, a lack of consequences, continue to be a roadblock to teachers walking out of their classrooms at the end of the day feeling good about the job they do. The cost of our health care is going up, and now we're facing cuts in many crucial programs and materials that we need to be able to do our jobs well. The hits just keep coming. I was here at the January 23rd board meeting asking you to make us a priority in your budget and to give us some help with our health care and salaries. Your answer was 0. 0 is not an answer we can accept. Yes, we understand the district is going through a budget situation. We've heard that some of the reasons are that we settled a 3-year contract 2 years ago and that settlement was a problem. Increases in statutory costs, lower COLAs, inflation for the district, and economic uncertainty are all contributing to the 0 I mentioned earlier. Yet all districts are facing these same challenges, and they are not telling their staffs 0. The district costs are going up, no doubt. So are ours. We are all considering taking out a small mortgage just to buy a dozen eggs and cringing when it's time to pay our heating and cooling bills. I could go on, but you get my point. COLA is intended to address these concerns, and we're being told 0. Last week, I attended our district advisory committee, which gives input into goals for our LCAP plan. Nowhere in any of these goals did I see a goal for attracting and retaining quality staff. How are we going to meet our goals if we're losing quality teachers to neighboring districts? AVUSD desperately needs to become, once again, the district that people want to work in most of all, that people will commute from far distances to get to because it's such a great place to work at. Make that happen and student achievement will increase. Make that happen in your mission to serve our community with dignity by meeting the unique academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs of all students so that they may thrive in an ever-changing world will be more likely to be a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Lesley. Up next is J.C. Scott. And after J.C. will be Amy Carter.
My name is J.C. Scott, and I am proud to stand here as the elected president of CSEA, Chapter 828 Apple Valley. Good evening, members of the school board, district cabinet, community, my colleagues of AVUSD, CSEA, and the other room in the NPR. We see you guys. Thank you for showing up. I stand here in solidarity to once again ask you to instruct the district to honor our bargaining request for both the classified and certificated units for fully funded healthcare comparable to the plan that we currently have, plus a fair cost of living increase. There's no way possible any of us can afford what is currently on the table, zero, which is pretty much an insult to all of us. It is also insulting to learn that the district deliberately held on to and continued to fund positions that should have been discontinued once that fund ran out. Why must we suffer the consequences of mismanagement and carry the burden? Why must it become a debate to either pay a bill or feed our families? It will force us to either take on a second or third job. We must consider a second mortgage to obtain the bare necessities or put gas in our tanks to get to the school site where we teach and serve our communities every day. We must even have to leave this district to another district who offers these much needed competitive benefits. It would be a real disservice to our students to lose several highly qualified, highly dedicated, loyal, and very committed staff members to other neighboring districts because Apple Valley Unified no longer values their employees. The fact that both bargaining units' benefits and wages are now at the bottom of the barrel is sickening and disheartening. Mrs. Barbara Kalaxa, a retired educator of Apple Valley Unified District, and the only reason I stand before you today as both a graduate of Granite Hills High School, a school I'm proud to say I work at, and a college graduate. Yes, classified employees also go to college and get degrees too. If it wasn't for quality teachers like Mrs. Kalaxa, I wouldn't have even made it through high school. She pushed me to my limit. She believed in me. And even when I didn't believe in myself, she helped me achieve my goals and made me realize that I'm stronger and smarter than I gave myself credit for. She was not only a teacher, she was a mentor and the reason I grew up to become the strong man of integrity and justice I am today. I wanted to be a meteorologist. Can you imagine me trying to predict the weather? But because of educators like Mrs. Barbara Kalaxa, I made it my new career goal to one day return to Granite Hills High School and change students' lives like she changed mine. I achieved that goal, more like a dream come true in 2022, and I still continue to change lives daily. Classified employees like me are equally as important as quality educators who also build rapport with our students and become mentors ourselves. So many students look up to us as sometimes we're the only consistent things in their lives. 2 years ago, an administrator chastised me for addressing a student who was being detained by one of our school police after being involved in a fight, a student I interact with every single school day. A student this administrator knows nothing about, yet I do because I get the privilege of interacting with these students daily during their short 4 school years at Granite Hills. Though that student only got in trouble that one time, they never forgot that short 2-minute conversation. 2 weeks ago, after not seeing me for a few days during union business, in front of my labor relations rep, that student told me, "JC, where you've been, I miss you. You make this place feel like home." Just 2 days ago, that same student told me, "JC, you the reason I get up and come to school every morning because I can't get through the day without your energy." His words, not mine. So you see, it's important to have quality educators and quality support staff in this classified members. Look all around these rooms. How did we get here? Why did it need to come to this? We spent weeks pointing out where the problem is with the funds. Now let's get them moved to the proper category and show us how much you value your students and your staff because we all deserve better than this. It was recently said, Apple Valley Unified can't even buy crayons. Well, we can't even buy eggs. Our employer whose logo states dignity, community, authenticity, and service. Give us ours and give us a helping hand. A happy employee is a productive employee. Do this for our students because we certainly do it every day. Thank you.
Amy Carter?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amy Carter. I am a special needs paraeducator. I work with MODS severe preschoolers, and I have been in my current position for 10 years. I love my job. I am proud of the work I do. I, like so many of my fellow classified employees, are here on the front lines every single day. Now, no offense to my teachers, some of whom are great friends of mine, But the army that runs our school sites are comprised primarily of dedicated, compassionate, hardworking, classified staff members. Be it the bus driver who lovingly greets his or her students each morning, the nutrition worker who makes sure that that same student is fed, the proctor and the security guard who keep our students safe, the support staff in our school offices who take care of the business side, paraeducators like myself who work tirelessly in classrooms with our students, and the custodial staff who cleans up our mess, the mess we all leave behind. It takes an army. In my 10 years with AVUSD, I have witnessed firsthand the value that admin and you, the distinguished members of the school board, place on your teachers. Where is the value that you place on your classified staff? I have not seen it in annual raises. I have not seen it in a fair approach to negotiations with our CSEA union representatives over the years. That practice needs to end. We deserve a fair wage for the tireless hours we collectively provide to AVUSD. We deserve a fair allocation of funding towards our health and welfare benefits. We deserve no less than to be valued. Make no mistake, we are all aware that education is a business. Business is about the bottom line. The bottom line here, ladies and gentlemen, is that without this army of classified employees, AVUSD would be out of business. I ask that each and every one of you think about what that caring bus driver, nutrition service worker, proctor, office staff, paraeducator, and custodian meant in the lives of you, your children, and your grandchildren. Then take out your calculators and show it. Thank you.
Up next, Molly Nelson. And then next will be Ashley Andrade. Get ready to come on up.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name is Molly Nelson, and I'm a first grade teacher at Sitting Bull Academy. Every day, I teach my students the importance of standing up for what is right. Today, I am standing before you to lead by that example, a little bit out of my comfort zone. But I believe that there is a significant issue that needs to be addressed, the unacceptable 0% pay increase for our educators. As a proud native of Apple Valley, I attended these very schools, as did my three sisters. My maiden name was Tom's, and to me, that means something. This is the town that shaped who I am, and as I look around, I would not be where I am today if it was not for the educational experiences I had growing up, starting early on with Paul Swick's influence at Yuckaloma, moving into this middle school where this was my band room, and then going on to Apple Valley High School where I was a proud alumni. My family and I have always held our community and its educational institutions in high regard. After graduating, I had the opportunity to become a substitute in many of the surrounding districts, yet I chose to come back here to Apple Valley because I believed in its promise and potential. However, I'm standing up here today because it pains me to admit that I'm starting to question that decision. I'm seeing the neighboring districts offering better pay, up to 20 years of service credit, and it's disheartening. As someone who has deep roots in this community, I can assure you that if I am having these doubts, there are many others who are feeling the same way. I'm the main source of income for my family, including my husband, who stays mostly at home with our two beautiful daughters. We go to the store and notice prices are up. We see restaurant prices increasing, and don't even get me started about fast food. So inflation is clearly amongst us, and that needs to be considered. We as educators deserve better. We're dedicated to shaping the future. It's only fair that our compensation would reflect the value that we bring to our students in the community. We're told often that we matter. We appreciate you. It's time to put action to those words and show our educators that we do indeed matter. I urge you to reconsider our pay structure and recognize the hard work and commitment of the teachers who make Apple Valley a place of pride. Thank you.
Ashley Andrade, and then after Ashley will be Cheryl Larson.
Good evening, board, and community members, colleagues, staff. My name is Ashley Andrade, and I'm second vice president for Chapter 828. Today, I stand before you with a heavy heart and a spirit fueled by disappointment and frustration.
Our classified employees and our certificated staff, those who are the backbone of our educational infrastructure, continue to face an unacceptable reality, a severe lack of funding for their healthcare needs. These are the individuals who greet our children every morning, who maintain the safety and cleanliness of our facilities, who teach our kids, who support teachers and students alike, yet they remain undervalued and undersupported. Far too long, the school district has turned a blind eye to the critical issue that healthcare presents for our classified staff and certificated. By failing to fully fund healthcare for these essential employees and teachers, the district sends a disheartening message that their well-being does not merit the importance or resources it rightfully deserves. The lack of prioritization is not just a budgetary oversight, it's a moral failure. The hardworking bus drivers, custodians, food service workers, and administrative staff and teachers deserve more than just our thanks. They deserve tangible commitment to their health and livelihoods. Without proper healthcare funding, our staff faces hard choices between paying bills and securing healthcare, and between their health and their family's well-being. We must ask ourselves, what does this say about our community's values? And in this case, our district's values. How can we expect to cultivate an environment conducive to learning when those who support it do not feel supported themselves? The district must act not just by words, but through decisive action, by reallocating funds, advocating for increased budgets, and most importantly, recognizing and addressing the true cost of neglect. Let this be a rallying cry. We cannot be complicit in the neglect of those who serve our schools with dedication. It's time for the school district to rise to the challenge and fully fund healthcare for all our classified and certificated employees, because their health is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Thank you.
Cheryl Larson. And then after Cheryl is Brad. So I can't, starts with a C.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, and community members. My name is Cheryl Larson, and I spent 37 years in the classroom. Dedicating myself in my career, to the students of this district. Come before you tonight for the teachers who are still here, trying to do their jobs in a district that seems determined to make that harder every single day. I may be retired, but my investments in this district hasn't ended. I have friends and family who are still teaching here, struggling under the weight of unfair expectations and financial stress. More importantly, I have grandchildren who attend these schools, and I worry about what kind of education they will receive if you continue pushing good teachers out. Refusing to offer a fair raise and expecting teachers to cover rising healthcare insurance costs is unfair and unsustainable. You say you want better test scores and student achievement, yet you refuse to invest in the people who make that happen. How do you expect teachers to give their best when they are struggling to afford basic necessities? How do you expect them to stay when neighboring districts offer better pay and benefits, and most importantly, respect? Because let's be honest, this isn't just about money, it's about the message you're sending. You are telling teachers that their dedication, extra hours, willingness to go above and beyond are not worth supporting. You are telling them they are replaceable. And they will take that message to heart. They will leave. And the experienced teachers, the ones who know how to handle challenges, who have built relationships with the students and families, who have learned how to help kids succeed in ways no test can measure, will go first. Then what? You'll replace them with brand new teachers who will struggle without mentorship and support. They will burn out, just like the ones before them, and the cycle will continue. And when test scores don't rise and the district struggles to attract and keep quality educators, you'll wonder why. The answer is simple. You cannot demand excellence while refusing to pay for it. I'm sorry, I'm losing. You cannot expect teachers to give their all while making them fight for fair wages and health insurance. Rethink this decision before it's too late. When you drive away good teachers, you don't just hurt them. You hurt students, families, and the future of this district. And as a grandmother, that is simply unacceptable. Thank you.
Brad, and then after Brad, it'll be Stephen Cobbs.
My name is Brad Centora. I work at Mariana Academy. I'm a campus security assistant there, and I'm also the communications officer with Chapter 828 here in Apple Valley. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here today as a concerned member of our school community and as someone who has witnessed firsthand the growing anxiety and hardship weighing heavily on our dedicated staff. I'm here to address the direct and personal impact our administration's continued refusal to engage in meaningful negotiations for fair pay and health and welfare benefits. We understand the board's commitment to responsible budgeting, especially in these challenging times. However, we are deeply concerned about the uncertainty surrounding both staff health and welfare benefits and fair compensation. This uncertainty and potential for insufficient pay create undue stress for our dedicated support staff and teachers, who are the cornerstone of our children's education. The lack of meaningful negotiation isn't just about money. It's about dignity and respect. It sends a message that the countless hours of dedication, the extra effort put into lesson planning, the late nights spent supporting our students, and the unwavering commitment to our children are undervalued. It leaves our staff feeling unappreciated and invisible, as if our hard work and our passion are being deliberately ignored by the administration. Additionally, the burden of increased cost doesn't stop at the financial hardship. It bleeds into every aspect of our school community. When staff are struggling to make ends meet, how can we expect them to volunteer their time, their talents, and their personal resources to our students? The after-school clubs, the extra tutoring sessions, the fundraising efforts that enrich our students' lives, these are often powered by the generosity of staff members who are already giving so much. When these staff are stretched to their breaking point, those vital contributions will inevitably diminish. We're not just talking about numbers on a spreadsheet. We're talking about the people who shape our children's future. And this beautiful community that you as board members represent. We're talking about individuals who greet our students with a smile every morning, who comfort them when they're upset, and who inspire them to learn and grow. I implore you, members of Apple Valley Unified School District Board, to understand the urgency of this situation Please engage in meaningful negotiations for fair pay, health and welfare benefits, and the well-being of all staff members. Show your staff that you see them, that you value them, and that you are committed to creating a supportive environment where they can thrive so that our students can thrive in this ever-changing world. I urge you to take immediate action regarding this personal and critical matter. Thank you.
Stephen Cobbs, and after Stephen will be Javier.
Thanks for being here. My name is Steve Cobbs. I'm a math teacher at Granite Hills High School. I'm also on the negotiations team, but really I'm just kind of nobody. I'm one of us. And so I come just speaking in that. My goal since I've been on the district, we've been in the community for well over 20 years. I'm not an alumni of the schools. Well, my kids went through Granite. And so this is our community. And so when Chuck brought me on 8 years ago to be a math teacher, it's been my goal to do what I could to do the right thing. And so we've tried to get up our scores. We've tried to do everything we could, doing foundations classes to try to build up the kids that were low level and get them passing and do all of that. But what I've seen in the last few years is just in my department, my math department, we've had 3 teachers leave to other districts because they were able to go and make money. They were second year and first year teachers and they took off. That was just in my department alone. And then they contacted us back and they said, well, we're making more money where we are, Hesperia or wherever it was. And guess what? We're only teaching 24 kids in a class and we're sitting at 38 to 40 in each one of our classes. So it made it really hard for our department to kind of work through this and to see what was happening. And I just want to say today, perception is greater than reality. The whole class size thing was one of those that got to us. And I've heard this idea that we want to build trust. And in order to build trust, we have to fulfill those little promises that we do. And speaking on class sizes, we were negotiating that. But when we got there, we were told that if our class sizes go over, we'll just go ahead and we'll have a meeting and we'll promise some things. And just a few weeks ago, we were promised a couple of the teachers, we're going to put TVs, we're going to put desks in your room. Still hasn't happened. And so as we're building trust, it's those little things that kind of get there. For the A wing of Granite Hills High School, we were told this whole multimedia thing was going to go on. And so we were going to get new projectors, but the A wing had these little overhang things, and so we couldn't get the new projectors. And so we were told it was going to happen this summer. We would just get new ones. Now all of a sudden we've been told because of what's going on, well, that money that was set aside is gone. And so you guys aren't going to get anything. And so I just come to you today. We're not trying to be a top, but we're trying to be competitive so we can keep people here. And how we do that, again, is fulfilling that trust in just even the little things. Those small things like getting those projectors in our room, or if we're going to put TVs in your room when we go over the class sizes and we break those things, we don't grieve yet, but we do it. We have some new one-time teachers that don't want to say anything because they didn't want to get let go. And so it makes it really hard for us to stand and do that. And so I just implore you, again, from a nobody, from somebody that's just one of many, do the right thing.
Javier, I saw you walk in. Okay. We can, is Prisma Loya in here? You can come up and then somebody can go back and let Javier know. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Oh, you sure? Okay, thank you. All right. Hello, my name is Prisma Loya, and I'm a special education teacher at Desert Knolls, who is a non-re-elect candidate for the next school year. I've been evaluated for the last 3 years and received amazing feedback, and it breaks my heart to think that the progress, the consistency I've built along with my students has been taken away from them. For that, I have learned that not only with the 33 students I serve at Desert Knolls and the virtual academy, but also from all the other Desert Knoll students, and staff, we have become a community that meets unique needs, and it parts my heart to think that I came to this community to make a difference, to be consistency in those classrooms, and I'm walking away with tears and something in my heart that tells me, be an example, be a leader, be the difference. Thank you for your time.
Javier, you're up.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear esteemed board and cabinet. First, I want to say welcome to the newest board members. Thank you for your service to our community. Second, I want to just reiterate all of the comments by all of my colleagues and everybody in AVUSD that we stand in solidarity together. Third, I want to thank and commend Ms. Buchanan for her support at the High Desert Community Honor Band concert, where several of our teachers played to support the middle and elementary honor band. It was such a treat to see so many hardworking AVUSD music teachers supporting the San Bernardino County Music Educators Association Honor Band. But unfortunately, because of the poor planning of communications, our music teachers feared for their jobs after the concert. I must report that at the after-concert dinner, I had to reassure our scared new music teachers who were afraid that they would lose their jobs. I tried to reassure them, although honestly at the time, I do not know their fate. Yet Hesperia and Snowline senior teachers who were also at that dinner, I hate to characterize them this way, but they were like vultures trying to lure away our music teachers. Because I don't need to tell you that we have a reputation for training amazing teachers who then go on to work for other districts because of the disparity in pay and benefits. Please let our young music, all of our AVUSD staff know that their work is valued and that we have a commitment to support education in AVUSD. Lastly, it pains me to say that rollout of the AMS funds is unorganized and not following the recommendations of the California Department of Ed or the California Arts Framework Standard. Why? I have repeatedly addressed cabinet members and this board and volunteered to help. Why has my offer not been acknowledged in the nearly 2 years that I have been coming to board meetings? Now with the last year before funds have to be returned, we are hastily trying to figure out what to do, and with poor organization, trying to spend money before we lose it. This is not the way these funds were intended to be spent. Our district is woefully behind and risks having parents seek legal remedies, which was the response from LAUSD Unified Parents, which I support. Given these actions and the lack thereof, what other options do parents and teachers have? We are being ignored and marginalized. I am the Senior Instrumental Director for the Great Academy, a former model CTE demonstration site for the California Department of Ed, a Yamaha 40 under 40 music educator, a 2025 NAM Best School for Music Education. I have brought over $100,000 in grants to our district, and yet I am sidelined in all discussions regarding AMS. Please help me to make this make sense. How is this beneficial to our music students? We have no vertical alignment in any of our music programs. This is shameful. For our kids and community, we need to do better. Once again, I stand ready to help. I literally work with the individuals who disperse AMS funds at the CDE. Please allow me to help, as is the recommendation in the framework standards. We can do so much for our students if we work together and utilize the amazing talent we have at AVUSD. I saw it in full display at the Honor Band. I hope my recommendations are not ignored and heeded. As always, I am a civil servant. Please use your judicious leadership and allow me to serve. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to comments for closed session. So what we do is we go into closed session and then we come back at 7 o'clock prompt for the rest of the meeting. So I have a lot to read here, what we're going to be going into closed session for, and then we'll be back at 7 p.m. So we have items 1 through 10, and if you want to step out or you want to listen to it, you're more than welcome. We will be back at 7 o'clock prompt though. Item number 1 is superintendent evaluation. Item 2, personnel pupil personnel expulsion case EXP number 212425 and EXP 222425. Item 3, conference on litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection A, current litigation, 11 cases, CIVDS 2011183, CIVSB 2111303, 2220303, 2218676, 2314073, 2322171, 241 2359, 241 2687, 2321161, 240 4404, and CIVVS 2400289. Government Code Section 5495, subsection 5, subsection C, and 54956.9, subsection D, and subsection 2, and EX1, E1. Anticipated litigation, one case, 2024-2501. Excuse me. Government Code Section 54954.5D and 54956.95. Anticipated litigation, one case, claimant Roka Zane. Item 4, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title certificated and classified employees. Item 5, public employees appointed, resignation, retirement, reduction, title certificated and classified employees. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator, agent negotiator, Jeremiah Harrison. B, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Item 7, conference with labor negotiator, agent negotiator, Kristen Dupree. B, employee organization, California School Employees Association. 8, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Trinae Nelson. B, employee organization, unrepresentative. Item 9, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8. A, negotiation parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School. Item 10, security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District, Chief of Police. Okay, so we might not get through all of that before 7, but we will go back in again after the regular board meeting. But I need a motion to adjourn to close session.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion, Buchanan, a second Okpara, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that will be the order. So we'll be back at 7 p.m. Thank you. Okay, we're good. All right, thank you. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. We're back in public session. And we'll do another quick roll call. Amanda Buchanan,
Here.
Maria Okpara,
I'm here.
Renee Longshore,
Here.
Anita Tucker,
Here.
and I'm here as well. So can you join me in the pledge? The allegiance, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we got a lot to cover here, so we're going to start with the reports from the student representatives. First up, Sycamore Rocks Elementary, Connor Muir and Lily Haggerty.
Good evening. My name is Connor. And I'm Lily. First off, we would like to say how excited we are to tell you all of the fantastic activities and programs we have at Sycamore Rocks this year.
Our Sycamore Rocks community has come together to continue to grow and flourish. We have a variety of activities that students can participate in from grades kindergarten to 6th grade. Our after-school programs include art, astronomy, cross-country, beading, paper crafting, student council, and dance programs.
Our school also has a play production each year. I am in this school's production of Madagascar. I have the part of Lars, one of the 7 lemurs in the play. We have been working on the play since August. I have been participating in our school's play productions for the past 3 years. This is my last year, and I'm sad to leave this group I have built within the past few years. Being a part of the play has helped me build confidence and long-lasting friendships.
We are both part of the Student Council, and so far this year we have planned a variety of Spirit Wear Days, helped to judge the Halloween costume contest, and passed out kindness bracelets during Kindness Week. This year we planned a pumpkin painting contest for Halloween. Our Day of the Dead theme was very successful and had an exceptional school-wide turnout that we were able to display art at our Halloween festival, where patrons were able to vote for their favorite pumpkins.
We had our annual spooktacular Halloween trick-or-treat event on October 31st. This year, we did a candy donation contest, which brought in more than we expected. Our event had an amazing turnout and a wonderful light show at the end of the night. This is a hit among our families each year. We had so much extra donated candy that we were able to package up the remaining candy and create care packages for the troops.
Our school also holds 2 5K runs every year. Every student and staff participates, and we have a blast while we are promoting health and fitness. We did the Turkey 5K in November, which was a successful event with lots of participation. We will be having another 5K in spring. We hope to enjoy the beautiful spring day as we get to hang out with friends and take in the fresh spring air.
In December, our school did a Winter Wonderland family night where students and families come together to play games, create crafts, enjoy food, and celebrate local vendors. This was a very successful night where we were able to create winter-themed crafts and even had pictures with Santa. There was a directed drawing lesson hosted by our very own elf, Miss Delgadillo.
Our school is an art-focused school. At the end of every year, we have a school-wide arts fair. This year, our arts fair is May 9th. At Arts Fair, students display artwork they have worked on throughout the school year. Each grade level does a music performance. We also have lots of games and art-focused activities, such as a school-wide mural that we hang up and display for years to come.
Speaking of art, this year we have a dedicated art class with Mrs. Collins. We get art once every 2 weeks, where Mrs. Collins teaches us about a variety of artists, their art styles, and their cultural historical importances. During Black History Month, we learned about Jean-Michel Basquiat. In addition to art, we also participate in music class once a week with Miss Postaway. She is in charge of band and choir, as well as helping with the play. She is an important part of arts fair and makes sure that all of the classes are successful in our musical performances.
Lastly, we have a variety of fundraisers so far this year. The first one in the fall, where students created fun art pieces and could have their art put on items like mugs, bags, and keychains. We raised $1,490.50. We are currently doing 2 fundraisers at our school. The first fundraiser has already been very successful and allows students to earn prizes and gives teachers the opportunity to order lots of supplies and books for the classroom. The second fundraiser is Pie a Teacher on Pie Day, March 14th. Winning classrooms from each grade level get to pie a teacher of their choice. So far, we have raised $1,024.64. We will collect donations until Thursday, March 13th, 2025.
One last thing, we would really like to thank all of our teachers and staff at Sycamore Rocks. They truly make our school special.
Thank you for allowing us to speak about how exciting Sycamore Rocks is. Have a great night.
Thank you, Connor and Lily. Very well done. Up next, Vanguard Prep, Samantha Soto and Anaya Cervantes.
Good evening. Before we start, we would like to pass out a gift from our art and graphics students. We appreciate you guys having us here, and thank you.
Thank you. And if you'll just give me a moment, I'm going to connect to the screen and give
Okay.
you your presentation.
Thank you.
I think. Mr. Buchanan, I don't have conference room A on my. Oh, we don't. Tyler.
Worth the wait.
Come back.
Yep.
Ask me to go back.
Good evening, District Board members. I am Samantha Soto, the ASB President at Vanguard Preparatory.
And I am Anaya Cervantes, the ASB Vice President.
We're honored to be here today representing ASB and sharing all the amazing events and activities that have made this school year so special. Vanguard is more than just a school, it's a family, and this year has been all about building our community and making unforgettable memories together.
From rallies to sports, dances to spirit weeks, our students have actively engaged, bringing energy, school spirit, and teamwork to everything we do. Let's take a look at some of the incredible moments from this year.
Sports have been a huge part of our year. Our volleyball, cross country, and basketball seasons were full of hard work, determination, and teamwork. Our student athletes gave it their all, showing true Falcon pride on and off the court. We are so proud of both our girls and boys basketball teams who just finished their season undefeated.
Electives. Electives here at Vanguard offer a wide variety that cater to diverse interests of students. They allow students to explore passions and develop new skills. There's something here for everyone.
After-school clubs like cooking class, art class, drill team, and leadership provide students with the opportunity to explore their interests and develop new skills outside the classroom. These after-school programs foster creativity, teamwork, leadership, and help students build confidence. They also offer a positive and engaging way for students to spend their time after school. Students have had the opportunity to go on many engaging field trips this year, including a trip to the Pumpkin Patch and Calico Ghost Town.
Our middle school students had the opportunity to attend and participate in a variety of student activities and events. Already this year, our leadership class has hosted multiple dances and socials for grades 2nd through 8th grade, as well as movie nights and fundraisers for the entire campus. We held our first family paint night in November, and now we are preparing for our next big event, the annual Falcon 5K Color Run. Academic success is something we take pride in as Falcons. Renaissance rallies are one of the biggest events each trimester. We kick off the first trimester with a Spider-Man themed Renaissance rally. The gym was transformed into a superheroes quadrants, celebrating students' achievements with thrilling games, competitions, and performances. Our second rally is this next week with a Disney themed entitled The Smartest Place on Earth.
4.0 students will be able to attend a special event celebrating all of their achievements.
At Vanguard, we focus on building community and school spirit by providing on-campus activities, spirit weeks, and lunchtime games that help promote a sense of belonging and pride in our school.
Another highlight of our year was our 7th and 8th grade community day. This was a time for our older students to bond, grow as leaders, and strengthen friendships through activities that emphasize teamwork and service. It was a meaningful experience that reminded us how important it is to support one another and give back. Our Vanguard drama program presented the production of Alice in Wonderland earlier this year and are currently wrapping up the last of 4 children's theater performances of their storybook production, Once Upon a Time.
The staff at our school are dedicated, hardworking, and committed to the success of every student. They go above and beyond to create a positive learning environment where students feel valued and encouraged to thrive. Their passion for teaching and helping students to succeed is evident in everything they do. We are so grateful to have an amazing staff that we can trust and appreciate.
Our PTSO plays a vital role in supporting our school's community by organizing events and raising funds for student programs. They provide a valuable connection between parents, teachers, and students. Through their efforts, PTSO enhances school spirit and helps provide resources that benefit all students.
SOAR is a core saying at our school that emphasizes the value of self-control, staying on task, always respectful, and responsible. It encourages students to take ownership of their actions and positive choices both in and out of the classroom. By promoting these principles, we create a supportive environment where students can excel academically and socially. At Vanguard, we believe that when we come together as a community, we can achieve great things, whether through sports, performances, or rallies. Every event this year has been a testament to our family Falcon spirit.
Thank you for your support in making all of these opportunities possible for our students. We can't wait to finish the year strong and continue building a school community where everyone feels valued, included, and empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha and Anaya. Good job. Next up, High Desert Premier, Jasmine Bracey.
Good evening, President Raleigh, esteemed board members, Superintendent Nelson, Executive Cabinet, Apple Valley Unified staff and educational partners. I am glad to be back and speaking with you this month. This week, many of our students, including myself, were able to attend a field trip to the Museum of Tolerance. We had the chance to see how families struggled during World War II and were able to hear their heartbreaking stories. Another group of students were able to visit the San Joaquin College earlier today and visit different college pathways. Esports started their Fortnite competitions during preseason. 2 of our teams won their tournament. Now it's time for the real game. Golf Club has officially started taking their skills to the golf course. This group meets every week to play a game or take shots at the shooting range. 3 of our 11th graders interviewed with the American Legion California Boys and Girls State Program to take a chance at being able to participate in a trip to Sacramento to have hands-on experience to learn about the structure of city, county, and state governments based on the California state constitution. Jason Johnson moved through the interviews and was selected to attend the trip this summer. Great job, Jason. Last month on February 13th, I was able to attend the Pathways to Success Fair at the San Bernardino Fairgrounds, and I had an amazing time. There were multiple students and staff. We learned about different careers and what their jobs really look like. For example, we got to learn how General Atomic controls their drones from up high. It was a very good experience. They provided food, drinks, and swag. I hope you have an amazing rest of your month, staying safe and warm out there. Multiple of you have made me feel very welcome and gave me more motivation to come speak at the board meetings, and I would like to thank you. I'm really looking forward to doing this again. Have a lovely spring break, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jasmine. Granite Hills, Anna.
Every time. Good evening, Executive Cabinet, board members, and attendees. My name is Hannah Forget, and I'm the ASB Governing Council President at Granite Hills High School. Tonight, I have a lot of updates for you, but they're all pretty great. So, ASB worked very hard in February. We had a Spirit Day for Valentine's Day, which was a lot of fun, and our entire senior class worked together to sell popcorn to raise money to deliver grad night tickets. And thank you to some of our district personnel and board members who bought popcorn and supported us. We really appreciate you guys. In March, ASB is hosting a mini pep rally for the incoming freshmen, as well as participating in the district-wide field day. This month also, ASB applications and elections for next year's class officers are taking place. We wish all of them luck. Last month, our mock trial team attended the county award ceremony. For the first time in Granite history, we placed 3rd out of 10 schools in the Desert Mountain region. We even got to bring home a trophy, and it's a huge accomplishment. On top of that, we also brought home 8 individual student awards, and one of our students received the civility scholarship that only 2 out of all competing students receive each year. It was an incredible season, and as one of the captains, I'm extremely proud and grateful to our coach, Mr. Esplin over there. It was his first year, and we could not have done it without him, so we're extremely thankful. Last month, we also held 2 blood drives on campus in partnership with Livestream. We are extremely thankful to the staff and students who donated to help save lives. Last week, our SCADA students attended the Knott's Berry Farm Engineering Day on February 27th. Bolin Silva Becerra and Michael Poindexter won first place in the animatronics competition through the Garner Holt Education. They showed their imagination for the animatronic bird design through programming, engineering, and artistic skills. Yesterday, 4 of our Grand Hill students joined students from all over San Bernardino County in their final day of the SBCSS Student Advisory to present their research-based solutions to challenges that students face in our schools. Our students represented Granite and AVUSD well and provided meaningful suggestions to challenges like violence, mental health, and increased mental health services for students. Tomorrow at 2 a.m., our choir program is going on their annual tour, and this year they are going to New York. Last year, our chamber singers won a competition which gave them the opportunity to perform at Carnegie Hall. So besides this prestigious opportunity, they will be doing a lot of sightseeing and seeing a Broadway show and going to a master class with a Broadway professional. We are very excited for them. Over spring break, our theater program is also going on a 4-day trip to New York. We will be seeing 2 Broadway shows, participating in acting workshops, and more. And I'm very excited, and I'm sure I'll have a lot to tell you about next month. But theater's also getting ready for the production of Les Mis, which will take place April 4th, 5th, 11th, and 12th. And I really hope you attend because you will be blown away, I promise you. Next Monday and Tuesday, we are welcoming our incoming 9th graders to campus. They're going to go on a mini tour led by Link Crew, attend a club rush, and a pep rally. We are very excited. Granite Hills is also hosting the 6th annual District Field Day on Thursday, March 13th. This proud Granite tradition is part of us being recognized as a Special Olympics Unified Champion School for promoting inclusion. With the support of every department of AVUSD, 226 students with special needs, ranging from preschool to adult, are partnered with 200 Granite Hills students and 80 AVHS students to participate in games, sports, and activities. Wind, rain, or shine, it is sure to be a fun-filled day, and we hope you join us. As one of the student volunteers, it's one of my favorite events each year, and I'm really excited. Our spring sports are off to a great start. Baseball is currently 6-1 and won the AEE tournament. Softball is looking to defend their title as league champs and are 4-2. Boys tennis is also off to a great start at 2-2. Golf is 4-0, and swim is ready to start their season. Our track and field team's also grown to over 100 student athletes for the first time in our program's history, and we're ready to break some records. As always, we thank you for your support of Granite Hills. I hope you all have an incredible spring break, and I look forward to seeing you all next month. As always, Maroon and Gray lead the way.
Thank you, Hannah. We'll be looking forward to the next report next month. Apple Valley High, Effie Avila.
All right. Hello and good evening, Superintendent Nelson, President Raleigh, and members of the board and attendees. My name is Efrain Avila, but most people know me as Effie. I'm Apple Valley High School's junior class president. Our line president, Eden, and the rest of our ASB could not make it tonight, as it is our annual Mr. Sun Devil event, which I get to tell you about in a bit. Tonight, I am so thrilled to be sharing with you what our students and staff have been up to at AVHS. To begin, our athletics department has been unstoppable. Girls soccer made it to CIF round 1, where they played Oak Christian. It brought their season to a close, but hey, our girls are still the most high-achieving soccer team in the high desert. Golf took their first swing of the season and ended with a victory, scoring 34. Softball and baseball continue to make us proud, with boys beating those Victorville Jackrabbits 23-7. Just last week, we had our yearly Buff and Tough, where junior and senior boys swap out with our female athletes and play volleyball in a fun-filled lunchtime competition. Class of 2025 took the win and went on to face our staff in the annual Staff versus Students volleyball game. While staff may have beat us this year, the real highlight was getting to see our history teacher, Mr. Moore, play the game barefoot. On the 1st of February, our ASB juniors had a wonderful winter formal spirit weekend dance, a night in black and white, surpassing the prior year's ticket sales and attendance. Not to brag, but our junior class is pretty good. Our senior class just had their annual senior meeting. This is where we give out information on graduation, prom, and all other exciting senior events. This included the highly anticipated prom reveal, and students found out our prom 2025 will take place at the Majestic downtown in Los Angeles on Saturday, April 19th. Our theme is young and beautiful with an old money Gatsby feel to it. Our school is always looking for ways we can improve. Every few months, students across all grade levels, pathways, and backgrounds get the opportunity to join in on our Apple Valley High School Superintendent Advisory Council with our superintendent and assistant superintendent, Trinae Nelson and Pat Schlosser. I personally look forward to these meetings as it is a chance to speak up for and represent several groups and voices on campus. In our most recent meeting, we spoke on topics like student safety, engagement, and college and career readiness. Admin, teachers, and support staff came in and helped us begin putting these ideas into action. We are so grateful we get to do things like this as a student body. Our CTE programs have been thriving this month. Our culinary class just had their annual MDCP chopped cooking competition. We got first place among 11 other local high schools, and these talented chefs will go on to represent the high desert at the countrywide competition in May. Safe to say they ate this up. Every school year, we participate in Skills USA, from nursing to graphic design and even community service. We had 1,452 students registered, 289 competing in regionals, and we are so proud to say we have 197 students advancing to the state competition next month in Ontario. Yeah. This wasn't just a big month for our school, but a big month for our whole country. February is Black History Month, a month getting to highlight the past, present, and future of our Black students, athletes, and leaders. ASB got the chance to show our support in a few different ways. We decorated the whole school in festive posters, banners, and inspirational quotes. Every week, we highlighted 4 different Black athletes in front of our ASB office where students could stop to learn about these icons in history. Last week, we had a Black-owned business on campus. That's a pretzel food truck. I'm sorry. As we know, if food is involved, our students will be there. To finish off the month, we had a Black is Beautiful Spirit Day to show our support of these important few weeks of the year. Lastly, yesterday was our college and career fair at Apple. Students had the chance to meet with so many different people from all career paths. From Starbucks to Grand Canyon University, we had something for everybody. We loved getting to hear about all of our options for after high school. This also gave students an inside look as to all the helpful resources we offer in our career center on our very own campus. Tonight is Apple Valley High School's annual Mr. Sun Devil, a night filled with fashion, choreographed dances, and competitive teenage boys. This has been a tradition we have proudly put on for decades, and after a few rounds of very high-stakes competition, our live audience gets to vote on who takes home the coveted title of Mr. Sun Devil. There are so many exciting things happening at Apple Valley High School, and I just wanted to thank you all for your continued support. We couldn't give our students any of these incredible opportunities and lasting memories without you. Thank you for your time, and remember, Sun Devil pride is contagious.
Good report, Effie. Good job. Board comments, Anita Tucker.
Good evening. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to our students, Connor, Lily, Samantha, Anaya, Jasmine, Hannah, and Effie, for their wonderful presentations tonight. And I must say, you were flawless in the face of such a large crowd. You totally rocked it. It's always exciting to hear all the events and activities that are taking place in our school, and I look forward to attending more and more of them. Good luck with Mr. Sun Devil, and good luck with your trips to New York and all the other amazing events that are going on. As we move through the month of March, we are celebrating several significant events. I know March 14th for all the math people is really big. Congratulations on getting so much money on pieing a teacher. I used to bring pies to school, for little pies for the kids, because as a history teacher, pie day, anytime you could have food with math was good for me. Tomorrow is March 7th. This marks Employee Appreciation Day. While we traditionally honor our teachers and classified every May, tomorrow is an opportunity for us to pause and express our gratitude for the hard work and dedication of all our employees. It is a day to recognize the unique perspectives and talents that they bring to our district and to remind them of how much they are valued, not only as professionals, but as individuals. March is also traditionally Women's History Month, and Saturday, March 8th is International Women's Day. This year's theme is Moving Forward Together, Women, Educating and Inspiring Generations. And we honor the countless contributions of women throughout history, as well as the vital role women continue to play in shaping our society. This is an important time for our students to reflect on the incredible influence of women that we've had in our lives, in our families, in our communities, and the world, and to celebrate these contributions in our schools. February 19th, I had the pleasure of attending the Assistance League Open House. I was able to see firsthand the support that they provide to our students and families. I also attended the State of the Town of Apple Valley event on the same day, and I learned more about some of the exciting plans for our town in the future. And it's inspiring to see the ongoing development and growth within our community. I was here many, many years ago when our community was extremely small, so the growth is really exciting for me. On February 22nd, I attended the High Desert Honor Band concert held at Oak Hills High School, where several of our talented musicians performed at the elementary, junior high, and high school levels, along with our band teacher from Granite Hills High School, who led the high school band, and that's Mr. Javier Alcantara Rojas, sorry. The students did an incredible performance. I was blown away by how well they performed, and I'm so glad that we continue to encourage and support the arts in our schools. I would like to extend a special thank you to Ms. Mariana Torres for her hard work in organizing the Vision event on March 1st. It was a great success for our families, and I'm also so appreciative of the time and effort she put into making this happen. Additionally, I'd like to recognize our dedicated staff who stepped in to provide support during an accident at the event. Their quick response and care were truly appreciated. And looking ahead, I'm excited to visit more schools later this month. It's always a rewarding experience and probably my favorite part of the job to visit our students and staff and see firsthand the amazing things that are happening in our classrooms and schools. And I'm continually inspired by the passion and commitment that you all bring to education. Thank you so much for your hard work, and I look forward to continuing to support our schools and community in every way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Moving on to Renee Longshore.
Yes, good evening to you all. Welcome. I would like to just say thank you to our student representatives for your courage in standing up and talking to us. I know how daunting that could be. I personally did not have the courage to do that when I was in high school. So my hat is off to you entirely. I too have been going to the community events with Anita. That has just been a pleasure to see our hard work of our community, all the contributions that are being made to make Apple Valley the place that it is. I want to acknowledge specifically Lily at Sycamore Rocks, totally coming to see Madagascar, just FYI. So I'll be looking for you. At Vanguard, undefeated in basketball, amazing. I am a baller too, so just FYI. Jasmine, High Desert Premier Academy, you just get better each time. So well done, my lady. And the Museum of Tolerance was a place that I visited, and it framed my worldview and my motivation moving forward. So I hope you had as equally an impressive time there. Hannah at Granite Hills, I'm coming to your field day. I hear it's bomb, so I'm totally excited. I've even got my shirt tonight, so that's exciting. And Ethy at Apple Valley High School, where did you go? Okay, you are a wordsmith. Can I just say, amazing. You had us all rolling. Congratulations on that. Keep that up. Obviously a gift of yours. Congratulations on the state competition. I'm going to be looking into that. Just my hats off to the women in the room, specifically as we think about how far we've come in this world as we enter this month. I want to encourage us both young and old to continue to strive towards your own greatness and continue to speak up and continue to speak loud because the contributions we're making to this world are important. So I look forward to that as we go into this month. I too was at the Vision Fair. Mariana, are you in here? No, I don't see her. She is phenomenal, helping to head up those outreaches to our community. Last time I talked to her, 157 people were being serviced with vision exams and glasses. Such a contribution to our community. So I definitely wanted to recognize that as we paired with the Lions Club to meet that need. I also want to acknowledge by name, I know Trustee Tucker mentioned 3 of our nurses that stepped up and responded to an event. And it was amazing just to watch them and how they, just went to when there was need. Those nurses, Wendy Johnson, Amber Molinex, and Megan Salisbury, thank you for going above and beyond in service to a community member in need. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Maria Okpara.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. But before I start, I need to thank the student speakers, all of you. You've made me proud. And I think our future is in good hands based on what you've just done. I don't have to worry about what will happen to my Social Security because I know you're ready. For the student from Sycamore Rocks, Madagascar has a special place in my heart. As you all know, I'm from Africa. We always say there's no Africa without Madagascar. So I definitely will show up to see how you represent that portion of Africa and in cartoon form. Yeah, so. And then I had the opportunity to go to Vanguard to join a team of community members to read to students for the Read Across America. They gave me a book that was small, but mighty book. It's a small book. He says it's a wacky Wednesday. But that book kept us working all the way to the last second that it was allotted to us. And I had no idea how bright those first graders in Mrs. Khan's class were. Polite young people, very attentive to detail, and anybody that knows me knows that I pay attention to things that people don't even notice is there. And those little children showed me all of the differences in every page of that book. Of course, when I finished reading that book, because I'd never seen it, I immediately went to Amazon to order mine. Coming into Vanguard was kind of interesting because as I was coming up as an educator in this district, I also did serve as a summer school principal on that campus. So I knew my way around before the new buildings came on. So it was like coming home to Vanguard. And for Jasmine, I wish they have the experiences that you have experienced going to LA to see the Museum of Tolerance. I wish they brought that here so that many more students will have the opportunity to see some of the injustices done to people along the way. And the problem is if we look away, those things will continue to happen. But it is important that when you see injustice done to one, you call it out. And that is what we expect of you coming behind us. Of course, Granite Hills. Field Day is my exciting time. As you all know, my background is in special education. So anytime I'm around students who have special needs, I have a different energy that comes into my body, and I can't resist to play with them, to go under the tent, to dance, to do silly things, because I really want those students who have special needs to know that they are capable. They are not incapable. Of course, Apple Valley High School, Effie, that school, I bleed orange. My children went to Apple Valley High School, so that's, I look forward to what happens at Apple Valley High School. So I can't wait to go out and see what you have to offer at your schools. Today, I had the opportunity to go to West End Educational Center. I would have gone yesterday, but I made the decision to do Read Across America. So today I went to West End to serve as a panelist to listen to student voices. And I was really impressed because the same student voices I would have heard yesterday, I heard it from students from other districts down the hill. And one of the things that struck me in their presentation was mental health. They talked in great deal about mental health. Mental health is not one of those things we usually teach, we talk about, but it is important that we pay close attention, especially in this time that we are all sitting in this room. And I look around and I see the classified staff, and I see the certificated staff, and I see the children, and I see the parents. And we cannot underestimate the power of mental health. So when people speak to you, it is important for you to pay close attention to what they are not saying. So what you are not saying is what matters to me the most. And in one of those presentations, they talked about things you can do to help with mental health, such as giving active breaks and having a designated place for children to take breaks, to have meditation gardens, and I know the elementary schools do have gardens, but maybe we need to pay closer attention to gardens. And like I said to the speakers in West End, there is nothing as exciting as putting your hand in the dirt and messing with the dirt, and in 2 weeks, something comes out of it based on what you put down. And that is what I see each and every one of you in this room doing. You get those children and you do the best you can, and you mold them to who they are, and they become great people along the way. I want you to know that whatever you have shared with us today, that we're going to pay very close attention to what you said and what you have not said. And at the end, something is going to happen for you. That much you can count on. For that, I pause. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Amanda, you
All
can.
right. Good evening. And I'd also like to reiterate and extend a huge thank you to our student representatives. I feel like you almost embodied Eden tonight, like at the podium. Like that was, I don't know what you guys are doing over there, but that was great. Keep it up. But it's always a highlight of our meetings to hear directly from the students. And I truly appreciate the time and effort. Oops, there goes my purse. It takes to prepare and present. But also a special thank you to all of the parents and the staff and just everybody who supports and encourages them and has brought them here tonight. So thank you for that. As Mrs. Tucker mentioned, I also had the pleasure of attending the County Honor Band concert, and I was blown away by the level of talent on that stage. The elementary honor band set the bar high with an outstanding performance. Then the middle school musicians took the stage, and I have to say, they sounded way better than my high school band, and we won a couple superior placements at various competitions, and I was like, man, is this really the middle school or was this the high school? It was phenomenal. But then the high school band, honor band, took the stage, and they closed out the evening with a performance that easily could have passed as a professional symphony. Like it was beautiful. So it was truly inspiring to witness such dedication and musical excellence from students across the county, but especially from our district, because our district was listed many, many times next to students' names as to where they were from. Yesterday, I had absolute pleasure of being a guest reader at Vanguard for Read Across America Day. This is one of my favorite events because I don't usually get to be around the littles. But it ended up being kind of an extra special day because I had posted a picture on my social media, and one of my former students said, "That's my son in the second row. You read to his class." And I was like, that is so fantastic. Like that was just where I randomly got placed. And so it was the first time I've actually had a student's child, even though I'm not the teacher, but for that little minute I got to be. I'm also looking forward to field day. So I don't say it often, but I actually started in special education, and that's what I got my master's degree in college. And so I did not attend the first year I was on the board because I didn't want to miss work. And then they all said, you've got to go. So I took in a personal day and I went, and so well worth it. I will be there again next week. So finally, just as we approach spring break, I want to wish everyone a safe, restful, and well-deserved break. I think everybody needs it. So just take time to recharge and enjoy with your loved ones. And thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. So I'm going to take a couple things out of order. First, I'm going to push over to superintendent comments. And then after superintendent comments, I'm going to go to recognition presentation with the Future Farmers of America. So you guys will go up after comments. I want to do it while we have a full house.
Absolutely. Several students participated in the Apple Valley Rotary competition. There was a music competition and a speech competition. First place winner was Jameson Perrine from Apple Valley High School and will be advancing to the area regional competition. And the second place was Anne Marie Bell from Granite Hills High School. Speech competition winners were Anne Marie Bell from Granite Hills High School and Jocelyn Carchase, I believe is the name. I maybe said that wrong, Apple Valley High School. And third place was Mackenzie Esquivel. So always great when our students represent at the local Rotary competitions and win scholarships coming out of that. I too want to acknowledge the Lions Club Vision event, came by and checked on some staff that had quite a heroic moment in the morning. Not to mention some of our custodian staff that took fire extinguishers and helped to extinguish a fire. What a day. And I think the best for them was to actually support the community. The room was packed and people were getting glasses. And so I think that was a great recovery for them to then serve. But I did ask that we put together something to allow for us to also donate frames to the Lions Club as a district, because what an event to provide vision to people that are struggling to be able to read and see. I attended the CHOP competition, and while I know that there was a live stream and some of our board members were able to tune in, there is absolutely no comparison to being there and smelling what's being cooked in the kitchen. There's hardly any room for students to move. They're all in competition mode. There's two secret ingredients that the students are provided the day of the event. This year it was chorizo or green curry. And I will tell you that the students were amazing at putting these things together and incorporating them into their meals. The Apple Valley High School students' meatballs were because the main course was a ribeye that they had to utilize. So I watched the Granite kids go to competition. They had finished theirs. They got to go be judged while I was there. And they had an actual frame around their steak that had a lobster tail on it and a sauce. And I believe it was on risotto. And I wanted to grab one of those plates as they walked by, but I knew that would not be appropriate. But all of it, just wonderful to watch. The Apple kids taking first place, watching them put it in the oven and realizing that they took the steak, ground it up, and made meatballs with it. And so theirs was chorizo as their main ingredient. So they move on to a county competition, which is pretty cool because this is fairly new. They'll go compete down at San Bernardino Valley College, I believe. Last Friday, I was invited to read in Wendy Kelly's first grade class at Sitting Bull Academy for Read Across America. And I was glad that I got to do it because I was going to miss the event over at Vanguard. And so 2 books, the kids went late to recess and they didn't even complain. And I kept waiting for them to say, hey, it's our recess, but they kept going and I kept reading. And then I did get to return to Sitting Bull on Tuesday to watch their new after-school elementary choir club. They're being led by teacher Delisa Krause, who is also an Apple Valley alumni. And I can't wait to see their performance in the spring. While I was there, I noticed that there was some basketball going on. And so I went into the gym and there was a basketball scrimmage between the 8th grade boys and the 7th grade boys. As I left, they were going into overtime because it was tied. And I'm talking, some of these kids are on my advisory and they're taller than I am. And then all the 7th graders are like running under them and they were still making baskets. So really great competition, fun to watch. Yesterday, while many of the board members were reading at Vanguard, I was at the county superintendent's advisory, student advisory, and I was a panel member, which I've done annually just because I love seeing our students work with the other students in the high desert to create plans that focus on mental health, injury and violence, and prevention and chronic disease. And every one of their presentations actually tied back to mental health. So while there were some students that were totally focused on mental health, every one of them got there at some point. They were great presentations, and I came away for some considerations for our schools and our student advisories that I would like to. There's some student advisors out there. Lily's on my student advisory. Effie is. Hannah is. Jasmine is. So pretty cool that we can maybe tie these all together with the county projects too. Tomorrow, our students will be competing in video production, welding, and automotive. Again, there will be a live feed. There won't be great smells. There'll be lots of noises, but I'll be there to cheer them on and watch them compete. And then just for the board members, the Apple Valley, California stake of the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints is planning a teacher appreciation. It's an event where their seniors that go to seminary in the morning down the street have to talk about who their teacher that impacted them. And so from those students that are seniors this year graduating, they'll go and recognize them. There is an evening event that they would like the board to be invited to on April 25th at 6 p.m. We'll get more information to you, but Mr. Schmidt contacted me and wanted to make sure, since we're about a month and a half out, that you guys got that on your calendar. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trinae. Okay, I'm going to skip down to recognition presentation, just item 1, and then we'll go back into order. So basically, Isabel O'Hara from Apple Valley High, Future Farmers of America, is going to give a presentation. I asked for this presentation, a little background. FFA has been around, well, when I was at high school in the 70s, it was big. Here we are, 2025, still going strong. Very few schools in Southern California that have this program. Apple Valley is one of the better ones around. So I'm going to, Isabel, I'm going to hand it off to you. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Apple Valley Unified School Board, Superintendent, and community members. My name is Isabella O'Hara, and I'm proud to represent the agriculture program at the Apple Valley High School. Our agriculture program is thriving, providing students with hands-on learning experiences that prepares for real-world careers in agriculture and beyond. One of the cornerstones of our program is our SAE, Supervised Agriculture Experience Projects, where students take on the responsibility of raising and caring for animals. This year, our students are raising 15 lambs, 3 steers, 10 calves, 36 pigs, 15 turkeys, and 4 pens of meat birds. Through these projects, we develop critical skills in animal husbandry, responsibility, and teamwork. These projects aren't just about raising animals. They teach us life skills, business management, and the value of hard work. We're excited to showcase our efforts at the San Bernardino County Fair this May 24th through June 1st, 2025, where 60 of our 120 ag students will be exhibiting their animals. The other students who do not participate in the fair grow plants for our end-of-the-year banquet and sell them there, further contributing to our program. A huge part of our success is thanks to our incredible teacher, Mrs. Pearson. Her leadership has been instrumental in rebuilding and expanding our program. Because of our growth, we're adding more pens to accommodate the increasing number of animals at our school farm. With Mrs. Pearson's guidance, we've had the opportunity to participate in leadership conferences at the chapter, section, regional, state, and national levels, expanding our skills beyond the farm. In leadership, we recently took 5 teams to the section opening and closing ceremony competition, and 4 of these teams qualified for the regional competition. Each team consists of 6 students showcasing the dedication and talent within our program. Last October, we took 6 students to the FFA National Convention in Indianapolis, where one of our students placed in the top 4 in the nation for sheep proficiency, an incredible achievement that highlights the excellence of our program. Additionally, we have a student who has once again advanced to the state level for diversified livestock production, showcasing their dedication and skill. We're also proud to have a candidate for state FFA officer position, a testament to the strong leadership development within our chapter. These accomplishments reflect the hard work, passion, and commitment of our students and the strength of our program. In February, we competed in the Section Super Saturday event at Victor Valley College, proudly representing our school and community. This competition showcased the talent and dedication of our students, and we are thrilled to announce that 3 of the teams advanced from the section level to the regional level in the Creed and Impromptu speaking competitions. Beyond competitions, we are excited for upcoming opportunities to expand our knowledge and experience agriculture firsthand, where we have a field trip planned to Apricot Lane Farm, featured in the documentary The Biggest Little Farm, where students will gain insight into regenerative farming practices. Additionally, we are taking 12 students to the State FFA Convention in Sacramento, where they will connect with industry leaders, develop leadership skills, and further their passion for agriculture. These experiences continue to strengthen our program and inspire the next generation of agriculture leaders. The AVHS Farm is more than just a place where we raise animals. It's a space where we connect with what we learn in the classroom to the real world. We explore farm-to-table concepts, learning where our food comes from and how to be responsible producers. In a time where farms around us are disappearing, it's crucial that we preserve and support agriculture in our community. Beyond raising animals, our program helps students develop valuable social and career skills. We gain insight into a lifestyle that most people don't experience, learning responsibility, financial management, and problem solving. The hands-on experiences we gain help us build common sense skills that are applicable in any career. We also engage in fundraising, such as our tri-tip dinners, to help support our program, making agriculture education more accessible for all students. Many of us plan to continue our education and careers in agriculture. Our program not only prepares us for college, but also opens doors to scholarships and career opportunities in agriculture science, veterinary medicine, business, and beyond. This program played a pivotal role in my academic success. I've spent 4 years in it, raising and selling 6 animals. This experience helped me get into Montana State University's animal science program with an ag business minor and secure over $80,000 in ag-related scholarships as of right now. We also have a social media account on Instagram at @applevalley_FFA. If you want to follow our journey and see all the great things we are accomplishing, the CTE support at our school is noticed and appreciated, not only financially through grants and also through the personal support that strengthens our program. Our agriculture program at Apple Valley High School isn't just about animals. It's about leadership, responsibility, and preparing for the future. We appreciate your support in ensuring that agriculture remains a strong and vital part of our school and community. Thank you for your time and investing in the future of agriculture.
Good to hear, Isabella, that it's going strong as always. And congratulations on going to Montana State. That's going to be a big change from Apple Valley. That's for sure. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you. All right, we'll dismiss the students. You guys can go out into the rain and drive safe on the way home. And we'll continue in a moment here.
Okay, just go this way.
Sit down. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Good job.
And I do follow.
Good job. Thanks. Have a good night. As soon as I speak, I'm getting set up.
Hanging in there.
But not on that.
Oh yeah, she was ready to go.
Little chatterbox.
I love the boots. I love the boots.
Okay, we'll go ahead and continue. We'll go down to item 6 is reports from union representatives. J.C. Scott, are you going to give a presentation, speak again? And up after that will be Karen Sabers.
All right. Good evening, Apple Valley community. I am JC Scott, president of CEC Apple Valley 828. Wow, what a turnout. It's amazing what we can achieve when we stand together. Teachers, thank you for educating our students. We couldn't do this without you. Some of you standing in this room today, or sitting now because we're pretty tired, I forgot to give you credit because some of you too were a part of my education at Granite Hills, class of 2005. So go Cougars. Thank you very much too, from the bottom of my heart. My dear classified members, when you put your trust in me and elected me as your lead to lead your chapter, you expected me to fight for you, but I can't do this without your support. So thank you as well. Thank you for showing up tonight and showing everyone what the California School Employee Association is about. Classified employees, don't forget about the important role that you play every day for our students. So smile. Like Dolly Parton says, if someone's missing a smile, let them have one of yours. Our students are counting on you. I'm not going to repeat what I said earlier during our public comment because I think you guys got my point very clear. So my sincere hope is that tomorrow during negotiations, both of our bargaining units come out to a fair and happy outcome. So thank you.
Karen Sabers from AVUSD.
So yeah, if you want to share, I'm sorry. I even have color. I ran out of colored ink and everything because it all printed out wrong. Sorry. I'll send you guys a copy. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, and audience. I want to thank everyone for turning out tonight. It really does mean a lot to have your support. My name is Karen Sabers, and I stand here as the AVUSD president, a representative of our teachers, our colleagues, and as someone who deeply cares about the state of education. I want to start by asking a simple question, but yet a powerful one. Since when have we normalized extreme behaviors in education? When did it become okay for teachers to endure the kind of stress, exhaustion, and pressure that so many of them face in every single day? I realize this is just not an Apple Valley Unified issue, it's a national issue. However, we need to address what is happening here in AVUSD. It is not normal to be a teacher and feel like you're filling so many roles: the counselor, data analysis, disciplinary, and social worker, while still being expected to be a subject matter expert and a guide for our students' futures. It is not normal for teachers to feel like they need to take antidepressants to make it through the day. It's not normal to get in your car and cry before and after work because the weight of the job is so overwhelming. It's not normal to have panic attacks when you're sitting doing lesson plans, or to gain weight because the stress we carry. It's not normal to be a licensed professional and yet be paid poverty wages. And yet, we've come to accept these things in education. Why is that? Why do we normalize these unhealthy and unsustainable conditions in our profession? And then we sit here and wonder why we have a teacher shortage, and why teachers are leaving the profession in droves, and why some are even leaving the district before the year ends. It's clear we've ignored the reality of our teachers' experiences for far too long. AVUSD recently conducted a survey to gather honest feedback from teachers, and I want to emphasize that we did not track email addresses
so that the teachers could respond freely and without fear. We wanted to hear the truth, the good, the bad, and everything in between. I've handed each of you the results of the survey. I'll make some more copies, and I would like to quickly review them, but I need my phone first because I didn't make me a copy. I know. I'm so sorry. Okay, so when you look at them, we had a total of 200 teachers respond, which was outstanding. All different grade levels from every school site. We also asked if they were an intern, emergency credential, probationary, or a permanent teacher. We wanted to do that to see if our newer teachers are getting the behavior issues in their classroom, or if it's regular or veteran teachers as well. As you can see, 83.4% were permanent teachers. We did ask the question, have you been hit, kicked, bit, or physically harmed by a student this current school year? Luckily, 23% said yes. 78%, we round up, said no. If so, how often has it happened? Those that are happening is mainly only once, or some are weekly. Next question, have you, other teachers or students, been threatened by a student this school year? Unfortunately, 58% of teachers that were surveyed said yes. If so, how often does it happen? Mainly weekly or monthly. Next question, have you, other teachers or students, been subjected to cursing or profanity with violent overtones by a student this current school year? Overwhelmingly, 74% said yes. How often is this happening? Weekly, monthly, and second in line was daily. We did ask about workplace violence forms. I didn't print those out, but I can tell you that 59% of who was surveyed does not know what that form is, and 69% does not know where to find it, and only a small percentage has filled them out. Next question was, and final question, do you feel supported with student behaviors? 54% said no. And then we asked, how would you rate the support you receive regarding student behaviors? 1 being not supported at all, 5 being extremely support or completely supported. 11.5% said 5, 22% said 4, 28% said 3, 24.5% said 2, and 14% said 1. So overwhelmingly it was 3, 2, or 1. They don't feel supported. I did print out a summary of all the comments. We had a lot of comments come in there, and I can provide you with the original comments. I did not track them. I did not track school sites. We just took the comments. I can tell you that one that really stuck with me was a teacher said that she was wanting to plan her family. However, because of behaviors in her classroom, she feels scared for her unborn child if she would start her family. That is in one that I can provide for you. We did go through student behavior issues. I'm not going to read them all. There are many of those. The second category is lack of discipline and accountability. Third category is safety concerns. Fourth category, support and staffing. Fifth category, issues with administration. 6 is parent accountability and lack of cooperation. 7, special ed and special education and inclusion concerns. 8, staff morale and well-being. And finally, inconsistent discipline policies. But I can provide you with the original comments. This is just a list of them being sorted out. The data is clear. Teachers need help with student behaviors. We are not equipped to handle the extreme behaviors we see in our classrooms. The stress caused by these behaviors, compounded with the lack of proper support, is pushing teachers to the brink. And yet, when we ask for help, we often hear it's about classroom management or it's about relationship building with students. I'm here to say it and say it loudly. 99% of the time, that is not the problem. Yes, classroom management and relationships matter, but there's so much more going on, and we cannot continue to place the blame on teachers alone. We need genuine, sympathetic support. We need resources, training, and most importantly, we need empathy and understanding from the administration, not judgment. Teachers are struggling with behaviors that go far beyond what any single teacher should expect to manage alone. We need support to recognize the complexity of the situation. We need compassion, not condemnation. We need breaks when we're overwhelmed. We need to be treated with dignity and respect, especially when we're trying to do our best in the environments that are increasingly difficult to navigate. So I urge you all, let's stop normalizing the unacceptable. Let's acknowledge the real stress and strain that teachers are facing. If we are serious about addressing teacher shortage and retaining educators, we need to take immediate action. It's time for us to support teachers in the way they deserve, because when teachers thrive, students thrive. And when teachers don't have to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders, we can actually focus on what truly matters, teaching and learning. Thank you. In solidarity, Karen.
Karen. Karen, can you go back up to the podium? I got a couple questions I want to ask you. So
Yes, sir.
this has been a hot topic for a long time.
Yes, sir.
You know, we live in a society. You have a son that's a police officer here in San Bernardino
Absolutely.
County. We live in a society where police are getting shot, police are getting beat up. There's lawlessness in the streets. As a school board, what do you expect when we have idiotic laws that are being written from California that we can't even expel students for bringing weapons into the class? So it's real easy to say that we need help. We definitely need help. If it was left up to me, I would expel every student that was disruptive, used profanity, brought weapons on. But we can't do that. So
Correct.
I want, what is the answer? I mean, you come here and you ask us and you bring us these charts and you say that the teachers are stressed. We know that.
Sure.
Society is stressed. And
Would
it's,
you like
and
me
it's
to
and more
answer?
violent every day. So
Okay.
as a school board, what would you, if you were sitting in my chair here, what would you do?
Well, I
As
don't
a
think
school board
it's
member
as a school board.
to
I say when they
get rid
go
of
to
violence in the classrooms.
when they go to coast, they need to advocate for that. I just came back from Sacramento. Our county superintendent really advocated for funding to help out. We need,
What kind of funding would help out with that? For violence in the classrooms? I mean,
There's-
we have organizations that don't even want police or probation on the campuses.
we spoke with senators, we spoke with legislators. They're willing to take that back to their peers. We need training. I've asked for the CPI training, the first part of it, which is the self-regulation and de-escalation. I think we need that. That is free of cost. We have, I think, 5 trainers in our district that could go out, and instead of a Wednesday that many teachers feel they're sitting in these PLCs and it's not helping, that could be something that could help. We need administration that when they send students up, they're not back in the classroom 10 minutes later.
But we are not allowed by ed code and by state law to even discipline the kids. We can't remove them from the classroom.
Yes, you can. Teachers can even suspend. Teachers can suspend from the classroom that day and the following day. Admin can help out and keep them in the office, whatever they need to do to give that teacher a break. Because when those students come back, for instance, too, we have the SBSAs and the BITS. Teachers are very frustrated with that program because the students come back and they're holding up a toy, or they're getting chips and candy with red dye in them. And I literally sat in a meeting with two SBSAs that said, we cannot service that student with a behavior plan or with anything unless that parent is willing to allow that student to take that toy or those chips or that candy. That's
Well,
unacceptable.
we're talking chips and candy. We're not talking, you were talking assaults, profanity laced. There was a teacher standing behind you that said she was assaulted at school.
This is
See,
what's
these are
happening.
issues that are way beyond what a school board can do. This is a societal problem today with violence, lack of respect for authority, lack of respect to teachers and adults. So, I mean, I'm sympathetic to it. I'm just asking you, flat out, what would you do? Yeah, there's training and things like that, and I think it has not fallen on deaf ears here because we've talked about this, me personally, just me and you, during some of our get-togethers, and that it's a serious, serious problem.
It is a serious problem. What if we did a committee where we took several, sat down, and tried to come up with some creative solution? I don't know what your job is as a school board member.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, that's why I brought her back up, because we want solutions, but I have a feeling it's really going to be difficult to do when we have wacky laws that are being made that are protecting these kids that are being disruptive, and they're disrupting not just the teachers, but the kids that want to learn as well. So it's a lose-lose for
Somebody
everybody.
said social workers in school.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, well, social workers,
Ta-
yeah.
Go ahead,
Marie. You had a
Sorry.
question for
Yeah,
Karen?
I didn't have a question. I just had a comment
Oh, okay.
regarding this whole matter. We have these conversations that always comes for the laws that are out there, but we do have ed code that we have to follow. And if we are given the ed code, we have to follow it. The teachers are well aware of those ed codes. 48900 is an ed code, and it has letters of the alphabet that goes with it. 48915 is ed code. There's a bunch of letters that go with it. The challenge that I think the teachers are facing, because I used to be one of you, and I also used to be one of the people that used to assign the discipline, is that sometimes you know very well that the student has violated one of those 48900 codes, but they go to the office and they get candy back.
Yes.
So as a teacher,
Yes.
the teacher is padded.
Yes.
So when they go to the office, the teachers are asking, just follow the ed code. And if you follow the ed code, there is a consequence. If a parent comes, you can show them this is the ed code. The government hasn't taken it away from your hands. The district and the teachers or the administrators are expecting the ed code to be followed. Just follow it. And when a student comes to us, when this case comes to us as a board to now make a decision about expulsion, we are also looking at that ed code. And part of those ed codes says that if a student violates this particular ed code, the kid has no prayer. There will be an expulsion. We don't have a wiggle room there. That's the ed code. So the government may have had cases out there for law enforcement, but for education, it is very clear. I used to be in administration, and there is a code in a penal code, as a matter of fact, that says that if you threaten a school employee, you will have a 6 month in jail or $1,500 fine. We are not enforcing it as a system. And if you begin to enforce it as a system, the message will go out to the community, and it will go out to the parents. It will go out to everybody to say, we are done playing games. So that's just what I'm saying. So as far as I'm concerned, I think we need to look at the ed code. We need to make sure every teacher has a copy of this ed code. The discipline, the 48900 case that we deal with. Every teacher gets a copy of it. So every teacher knows how to say, this is the reason that I'm sending the student. And the teacher has to have a redress that when they send the student to the office and it doesn't happen, the only person that we are responsible for or we supervise on this dais is the superintendent. And if you don't get a response from your administration, let this, the proper assistant superintendent or the superintendent know that this is not happening before we get it here. Because when we get it here, there should be some consequence. So a parent sends us their child, they're expecting you to educate their child. There are some things we don't have control over. We can't control what parents do, but we can control what we do in our classrooms. So all we are asking is to support the teacher in their classrooms so that they can do the job for which they own the credentials. That's all.
Agreed, because I can tell you, I've had calls this year, student had a knife. Blade wasn't long enough, student got sent back to class. We've had others where teacher was pushed. Student back in class, 30 minutes later. Student threatened to kill a class. Teacher was not notified of any, like, hey, handled it, don't worry about it, I'll talk to you later. But they see the student back out on campus 30 minutes later. So it's that type of stuff that we need help with.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Yes.
So that example of that student that had the 3-inch blade or the under the law and was back out there 30 minutes later. So you're saying the ed code would allow the Apple Valley School District to remove that student from the campus without, because what you just said, it didn't violate.
Suspend it, suspension, I would think.
Okay, well.
If a teacher can suspend, a principal could suspend.
Well, I think it's probably one of the most important things is to get control in the classrooms. Like you said, it's not just an Apple Valley problem. You hear about it throughout the country, and mostly the state of California is the worst. So, it didn't fall on deaf ears. I appreciate you getting up here and bringing it up again, because it's not the first time you've brought this up.
And even they can't even take recess away from a student because
You can't do that.
that's a new law.
I know.
But maybe we have a classroom that these students can be removed and go to for a little bit. I don't know the answers, but that's why we asked in negotiations. We brought it up in negotiations as well, because we'd like to get language in our contract for some help. And we had talked about maybe doing a committee that we could figure some things out. It's a real problem.
Oh, I
And
know it is.
teachers
Yeah.
are very
I mean,
stressed.
It's obvious. I mean, I talk to my grandkids and they say it's out of control in the classrooms. There's no discipline at all. It's
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
What would help with that would be smaller class sizes as well.
I know.
Smaller class sizes, enough counselors and counselors with caseloads they can handle,
Mhm.
social workers with on the campuses. These are all solutions that could be made. I don't think another committee or more training for teachers. I'm a teacher. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I do all those jobs in one day. And then I go home to my own kids and do it for them because they are in these classrooms dealing with this as well.
And I can tell you when we were in Sacramento, our county superintendent and many of us were also lobbying for smaller class sizes. He is a big supporter of going to 20 to 1 and trying to get some help with more funding for that.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming up here. So keep us posted if there's any changes that you see that's maybe coming down the road that we can assist with, and let us know. Renee, I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry. I just want to make sure that I make a comment there, and I appreciate the time to be able to do so. Thank you, Karen, for your efforts to put that out there and protect our teachers so they could speak. And I think it's important now that we've heard this from you that we are looking to address these issues and take a proactive stance because it is important that our students learn. I hear the concern about the students who are acting out in class. I understand as a teacher how that affects instructions in the class, affects the learning of other students in the class. I just want to make sure you understand that I get it from a teacher's perspective, and I want you to know that this is valuable information, and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you. And I just want to make it clear. We're not talking about little Johnny who, cracks jokes or something. We're talking about extreme behaviors. We're talking about students that you just cannot get through a lesson or a day because the student is so disruptive. So we're not talking about a whole class. We're not talking about, some may have 5 in a class, but for the most part, it's 1 or 2 that cause a real disruption.
That's like 10% of the population creates 90% of the crime, and it's the same with the students. It's like 10% are
that.
no good, and they disrupt the rest of the 90%. So
We get that,
I
but
get
it's
it.
not fair.
Yeah.
It's not fair to those.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is going to make it worse for law enforcement. And what's up for us is we can't detain, we can't go in and on.
I know.
We got to deal with these kids. I mean, we're law enforcement, my brother's law enforcement, I'm family law enforcement. We're producing a whole new generation that's going to be way worse than what we're seeing right now because we don't take any stance against the state and they're making these bull crap laws and let these kids run around.
Preaching to the brother, bro. Okay, Karen, well, thank you for the comments, and it was a lively discussion.
Can I add one more thing?
It's a good discussion, and that's what it takes, right? We water it down and it's vanilla. It's like, okay, we want this done, and we sit here and we're like, okay, thanks. We'll talk to you next month. That's what it's going to take. I get it. So.
The last time I brought forth some issues about behavior, I had somebody else speak because I was up north. And so this took a lot for me to get up there because the last time I was yelled at, Tim was yelled at on my behalf and said, "You make it sound like Tino Christmas is going to."
No, you did well. You did good. I didn't try to put you on the spot. I just what would you do if you were sitting here? So anyway, thank you. You don't like the pay? Is that what it is? The $400 a month? All right, let's move along here. So thank you. Closed session reports. We really didn't touch anything really much in closed session, so we're going to go back after it's all said and done here. Item 8, adoption of the agenda. The board may approve the agenda as is or add or pull items from the consent calendar for discussion and or action.
So moved.
We have a motion of Amanda Buchanan, second. Maria Okpara. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. We already went through the FFA, so we'll go down to discussion items, review the Apple Valley Unified School District Governance Handbook. Superintendent?
This item was asked to be brought back for the area on page 10 where it talks about comments. So whatever the direction is, I'm happy to bring back some recommendations. Difficult topics.
Yes, so managing difficult topics. It's on page 10. It says, quote, "The board will not respond to questions or statements made by members of the audience." My concern is that the board is asked after comments whether we have any comment. And I think it shows dignity to offer words of acknowledgement for the hard work and the thought that goes into bringing something before the board. So could we possibly change this in the governance handbook so that we can make sure to show dignity to those who speak before us?
I just need direction from the board of what you'd like. I don't make the recommendation of what it says. This went through California School Boards Association and recommended language from them. So that's, if somebody wants to recommend what to change it to, I'm more than happy to bring a draft back.
I think we need to acknowledge that somebody spoke. You know, when somebody speaks to us, we should be able to say, thank you for what you said. We don't have to give them a response to what they said, but to thank them for what they said.
Well,
That
and I
shouldn't be
don't
dangerous.
think we're prohibited from thanking them at this point, but we do have to be very careful about adding opinions or our comments, because then we are opening ourselves up for litigation under the Brown Act with when we decide to respond and when we decide not to respond.
I think if somebody comes here and shares about issues that is happening to their child at school, or issues that is happening at the bus stop, and they've come in here to share that this is something that is troubling. As much as we want to hear what that person is saying, we also want to acknowledge that we heard it. And at the end of hearing it, we can say, thank you for your input. And if we have a reason to have further discussion or further investigation, we turn it over to the superintendent to ask the superintendent to look into it. We are not giving any response. We're just saying, we heard you, but we want to get more information. And we pass it on to the only person that we oversee to please look into it. We've done it in the past, and the superintendent will come back in the next board meeting or send us a letter to say, I've investigated it and this is my response.
Here's
It
another.
doesn't stop anything.
Each card has an address and most of the time a phone number on it, a speaker's card. So as elected official, if you want to ask Anna or Kylie at the time, the next day, can you give me that person's name and number? You could call them on your time off the next day and discuss. You just can't discuss it from the dais.
Yeah, but we are not talking about discussion. We are talking about acknowledgement. So you acknowledge it, you are not discussing. You acknowledge that you heard the person,
Oh, well, that's
and you pass it on to
perfectly
the
fine. You
superintendent.
can
That's all
say,
we
thank
do.
you, Karen, for
Thank
the
you.
comments.
Yeah,
or
and that's
feedback.
it.
Yeah.
Is it my understanding you can say, thank you for your comment. We've heard your comment. Thank you. That's
That's it.
okay.
Yeah, the
That's
basis of California School Board's recommendation has to do with, if you say more than that, you are speaking as an individual, but you are sitting as a board. So your comment is representing the entire board, not you as an individual, because when you're in this setting, you are a board. And so that's why it is intended not to be a personal statement, or in some cases when there's a complaint, we have to give due process. There's all kinds of things that are related to this. So Ms. Buchanan's comment about potential litigation. That is open if we say something by one board member that is not necessarily all board members in unison, right? And so you can acknowledge and say thank you. You can say you've been heard. I appreciate you being brave to stand there. That doesn't say anything about the content of what was said. And so if that's the worry about this, we can change the paragraph to say something to the effect of, we can acknowledge the individual for their comments at the podium.
Okay, so I have wordsmithed it just real quick. I've heard the concern, and a possible solution might be the board will not answer questions or address statements made by the members of the audience.
Okay. If you'll email that to me, I'll bring it back as a draft.
You can just put it on the agenda and the president will read it off prior to public comments.
Sure,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Okay, we can do both. We'll put it in that, and I'll bring it
Yeah,
back
just
for next
be
board
something
meeting.
that's, I've seen it done before where we can't comment on it, but we'll listen.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Actually, Renee, you don't have to email it because I can listen to the recording. I'll type it up. Thanks.
Okay, the second item on discussion information is informational presentation, 2025 second interim financial statements, and this will be from Matthew Schoenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Raleigh. As Mr. Raleigh said, this is the second interim financial report. Just to remind the audience and the board, this certifies the financial condition of Apple Valley Unified in the current year and then 2 subsequent years, all the way out to June of 27. There are 2 required interim reporting periods each year, this being the second one. So this is reflecting our district financials as of January 31st. I know it's about 5 weeks ago. The report is due to the county on March 15th, and you will see later on the consent agenda, you will see the actual item to approve the filing of a positive certification. Then we can forward those reports to the county. There are 3 certifications possible. Again, positive. We're certifying we will meet our obligations for the reporting period. Qualified states we most likely or may not meet our obligations for the reporting period. And there's just some statistics the last 2 years, the number of districts across the state of California that have filed a qualified certification the last 2 fiscal years at second interim. Negative certification, district will not meet its obligations for the reporting period. Typically in a negative certification, that's a district that is borderline insolvent, on the cusp of state takeover. Not big numbers. However, I do believe at first interim this year, it's about 8 districts statewide that did file in negative at first interim. Those are some stats for second interim over the last couple of years. As I mentioned, we're going to be filing a positive certification based on the assumptions that are built into our budget and our multi-year projection. We believe we are going to meet our obligations through June of 27. There's the information that we use to generate this report. Of course, there's lots of pieces that go into this, beginning with the state adopted budget, our current board approved budget, the recent governor's budget proposal for next fiscal year and subsequent years. School Services Dartboard has important information on there, typically related to COLA, employer retirement contributions. The FCMAT LCFF calculator, that's the calculator that districts use to calculate our portion of our local control funding formula and how that money is allocated. I'll have some detail on that later. Again, the last bullet point down there, you'll see this particular presentation. This is the focus of this presentation is on Fund 01, our general operating fund. We have other funds that we operate. For instance, there's Fund 11 is a deferred maintenance fund. Fund 12 is our preschool. Fund 13 is our nutrition services program. Fund 14 is deferred maintenance. 25 is developer fees. 40 is reserved for capital outlay, and 51 is our bond redemption fund. And in the SACS documents that are attached to the consent item, you will see the interim summaries for each one of those funds. In those documents. But again, this presentation focuses on Fund 01, our general operating fund. So just to remind everybody, ADA, drives our revenue. That's kids coming to school. Average daily attendance. You'll see we did adjust from adoption to first interim. I'll focus down on the second interim there. In the current year, 24-25, we are budgeting, assuming we're going to get 12,612 ADA. And we're pretty confident in that because that's actually last year's P2 ADA, because we have the opportunity to choose whether we funded on our current year ADA, prior year ADA, or 3-year average ADA. And the LCFF calculator pretty much picks the best one when you're working through the calculator. Our P2 ADA for this year is projected to be lower than last. So we are utilizing last year's ADA for our funded calculation. You'll see I kind of pulled TK out of that. That 355 is part of that 12,612, but I just wanted to demonstrate that's our ADA target in our transitional kindergarten with our enrollment this year. Our enrollment this year is about 380, so that 355 may be a little high because unfortunately our TK students don't attend at the same rate as our upper grades. We are projecting 425 ADA in TK next year and the subsequent years. And that's basically accounting for, beginning in 25-26, transitional kindergarten is a full grade level. Turn 4 by September 1st. We're projecting approximately 480 transitional kindergarten students across our district. That's 60% of our kinder cohort, which our kinder cohort is about 800 right now. Has been 1,000, but the last 5 years we've seen a consistent reduction from 1,000 stepping down to about 800. So in 25-26, we are projecting using that year's projected P2 in our LCFF calculation, and in 26-27 using that year's projected P2 currently. You would have seen this slide. I kind of put this together for first interim. I've added a couple data points. Last month, our enrollment was 13,596. You see where we've dropped since December of 24. Just yesterday, my accounting specialist in the business office handed me the month 7 preliminary ADA report, and we were our yield of 91.6%. You'll see back prior to that 2020, we right around 95. So we have suffered. We appear to be climbing back, although this year we're struggling a little bit this spring to capture that ADA. The March 6th enrollment report was produced by the enrollment office this morning. Myra emailed it out, so I put that number on there. We're dropped a little more since February, 13,583. That puts us March over March a year ago. We're down about 67 kids system-wide. But keep in mind, that means we're down more than that in our K-12 because we increased our TK. So our increase in TK offset a little bit of the decline in our upper grades. One of the other things, that last bullet point, several months ago, we did engage the services of Davis Demographics, which transitioned to MGT and to do some resident and enrollment projections for us. I did recently receive a draft of that report, and I'm reviewing that. It's not quite ready to bring to this group, but unfortunately, in their preliminary projections, they are projecting a continued decline for Apple Valley Unified, mainly based on what the trend we've experienced in our incoming cohorts dropping from 1,000 to 800, low birth rates in our zip codes, and that's actually true across the state of California, and the out migration, folks leaving California. But I will review that and we'll finalize that, and then that will be brought forward for your information at a future meeting. Our COLA assumptions, cost of living adjustments. At budget adoption, this year was 1.07. That's the COLA that we ended up with this year. In previous years, the COLA for this year was estimated at a little under 4% at one point. So we had that in our multi-year projection at one point. And when that planning COLA dropped from 4% to 1%, that was about a $5 million hit to the revenue side of our budget in that COLA adjustment. That's one of the variables that we have to deal with in our budget. You'll see at first interim, this year stayed the same. Next year, there was not a lot of good news at first interim for next year's COLA. We pegged it at 2%. It was anywhere from 1.8 to 2.2, depending on which expert you talked to, whether it was school services, CSBA, FICMAT, CASBO. At second interim, this is based on the governor's budget proposal that he brought out in January. Of course, current year did not change. 25-26, the school services dartboard is listing that at 2.43%. Unfortunately, you'll see that little asterisk. The data points are trending a little lower than that, but we are using 2.43% in our multi-year projection in 25-26, along with the 3.52% COLA in 26-27. And those are right off the school services dartboard. Governor's May revision comes out May 10th. They'll change, almost guaranteed. 25-26 most likely will go down. 26-27 I'm sure will adjust based on the calculations. So a little detail on the LCFF calculator revenue in the current year. I know this is a very busy slide. I apologize for that. I'm going to point out a couple points. You'll see the funded ADA right there is the 12,612. We're using last year's ADA, and that's just the grade spans. Remember, we get a different base grant for each of the grade spans in the LCFF calculator. That's why I've broken it out by grade spans, pulled TK out. TK 355 is part of that 3912 for the TK through 3 grade span, so don't add those together. That's just a piece of. And you'll see the components of the LCFF calculator. Our total LCFF allocation is just a little over 184 million. That's what we're using in our budget for the current year. And those are the pieces of the LCFF. Base grant, the grade span adjustment there, that is TK through 3 and 912 combined. They're different dollar amounts. There's an add-on for TK3 for class size reduction. There's an add-on in 912 for career technical ed. I lumped those together in this slide. You'll see supplemental and concentration grant. That's based on our unduplicated pupil percentage. Transportation add-on is just, they were gracious to give us a little bit of funding to run our transportation program. And then, of course, a couple years back, they did start the transitional kinder add-on. That's why I pulled out that 355 ADA. That's how that transitional kinder add-on is calculated. It's a per ADA amount for TK. But all of that money in the LCFF revenue flows to us on the unrestricted side of our budget. But keep in mind, the supplemental and concentration grant funding really is attached to our LCAP goals and positions, programs, materials identified specifically in those LCAP goals. And we're required to spend all of our supplemental and concentration grant money each year. If not, there are some implications in terms of carrying over that and then higher expenditure requirements in success in the future years. So on the federal side, this breaks it into unrestricted and restricted. You'll see the unrestricted section of the federal revenue is very tiny. I've had a discussion with my director of fiscal services, Cindy Kunkel. This is an assumption we've had in there for quite some time. It's a very small amount. It's very irregular to get any unrestricted federal revenue. So we're discussing removing that assumption because it's not something we can count on an annual basis. Below that, you'll see our federal revenue restricted at about 13.6 million. That does include some carryover from the prior year. And you'll see the breakdown there. It's mostly the title programs, a little bit for CTE, a little bit for special education. Title I in our title programs, that Title I number there does include some carryover from the prior year. And Title I is something it's called an unearned revenue program. In each year, the federal government allocates Title I. Well, they used to at least. We'll see what happens moving forward. But they've allocated Title I out to the states. So the California Department of Education gets a big bucket of Title I money, and they allocate it out to school districts. For instance, and just as an example, if our Title I allocation for a year is $6 million, that gives us the authority to budget that $6 million. And what we do is we budget $6 million in revenue and $6 million of expenditures on the restricted side of our budget. However, if we do not spend all 6 million of those Title I budgeted expenditures, when we close our books, we then have to reduce the revenue to balance with the expenditures because we did not earn the revenue because we didn't spend it. Now, we don't lose that revenue. We just didn't earn it in the year we were entitled to earn it. We're able to move that revenue forward a year. Well, then that increases our Title I. Then we increase our expenditures because we're assuming we're going to spend it all to earn that revenue. That's a cycle that an unearned revenue program creates in our budget. State revenue assumptions. We get a little bit of unrestricted revenue over and above the LCFF, about $5.3 million. Mandated cost block grant. Those are mandated programs. It's programs that we have to do. It's things we have to do that for a long time the state didn't fund. You probably heard the term unfunded mandates. They created this mandate cost block grant several years ago and lumped all these mandated programs into this block grant. We have to apply for it every year, which I do every August, to get that money. And it does flow to us unrestricted to cover the costs of what the legislature tells us we must do. One of those is to supply products in our restrooms. We're required to supply those products. Therefore, that's part of the mandate cost block grant. Lottery flows to us, 2.46, that's unrestricted. Some of that is held at the district for expenses. Some of that is allocated out to the sites for expenses. And then we have all other state revenue, $2.3 million. That started a couple years back. It's an additional transportation reimbursement. And Cindy was explaining it to me. We report our expenses. For instance, we reported our expenses for the 23-24 school year. They reimburse us at a rate of approximately 60%. But before we get that 60%, they deduct our LCFF transportation add-on, and then that's what we get after that calculation, about $2.28 million. So we get 1.5 on the LCFF, 2.8 here, that's 2.3 here, that's 3.8 to run a program that costs about twice that. We have restricted state revenue that flows to us. I did not list all the revenues. I've listed the major revenues on that side. You'll see lottery instructional. That's often, you'll hear a resource number, 6,300. That's the instructional lottery. It's restricted to instructional materials only. Pass-through revenues. We are the fiscal agent for a consortium for career technical education. So that revenue flows to us and then flows out from us. It's a net zero in our budget, but we do have to book the revenue when we book an expense as we pay the other districts that are members of the consortium. CTE incentive grant, that's our share of the incentive grant this year. That's including some carryover. And then you'll see in the SACS forms when it sees in the state revenue section all the way down at the end, it says other state revenue. It lumps a whole bunch of items together. Those are the major components in there. We have our ELOP, that's our expanded learning opportunity program, Prop 28, art, music, education, and STIRS on behalf. Well, a little bit about STIRS on behalf. We are required to book revenue and expense for the state's contribution to CalSTRS on behalf of Apple Valley Unified School District. It's not revenue we actually ever get, but we have to book it. It's a GASB ruling, so we book the revenue, we book a corresponding expense to show everybody what the state paid to STIRS on behalf of Apple Valley Unified. It's not what we pay over and above that. That's in the 3,000s expense lines in our budget. So the current year, again, expenditure assumptions, we always include all negotiated settlements. We always include step and column increases, STIRS and PERS, employer contribution rates. Again, those are that STIRS on behalf I just mentioned. That's the STIRS and PERS employer contribution rates on this slide. They're totally separate. That's over and above. Again, that STIRS on behalf is the state's contribution. This is Apple Valley Unified's contribution to the retirement systems. And of course, we build in a local operating cost inflator of 1.5%. Some years that's a little lower, some years it's a little bit higher. On the expenditure side in our current budget, you'll hear some people talk about the ones, twos, and threes. That's our people costs. That's our certificated salaries, that's our classified salaries, and that's employee benefits. Employee benefits is health and welfare, PERS, STIRS, FICA, unemployment insurance, all the different statutory costs that go along with that. 4,000s, books and supplies. 5s, services and other operating expenditures, and you'll see the other two. You'll hear me talk about budgeted activity, encumbered, and remaining on a couple of the coming slides. Budgeted is just that. It's budgeted. We've budgeted some revenue. We've budgeted to receive a certain amount of revenue. We've budgeted to make certain expenses. Activity is actual activity. What revenue have we actually received? What have we actually spent? Encumbered is what have we obligated? You think about it, it's a check you wrote that hasn't been cashed yet, hasn't cleared. You obligated those funds, it's in your checkbook, but you haven't checked it that it's cleared yet. Encumbered could be by a purchase order. It could be by a contract with a consultant that usually then has a purchase order. It's either for goods or services, materials, supplies. Remaining is just that. Anything remaining on a budget line means we budgeted an amount, we've had activity, we've encumbered, and we have remaining, which means it has not been spent and has not been obligated or encumbered. So looking at the 4,000s, there tends to be a lot of questions about this. And this is the unrestricted side of our budget. This is in resource 0, which is our LCFF, and resource 1100. Unrestricted lottery. Those are the two main unrestricted revenue resources in our operating budget. Within 4,000s, there are several major object codes, 41, 42, 43, 44, and 47 you see there. And in each one of those sections, there's a whole list of minor object codes depending on what exactly you're buying, textbooks, reference materials, materials, supplies, custodial supplies, non-capitalized equipment. So this year, that is at first interim, that was our projected year budgeted expenditures. That's what we budgeted to spend in the 4,000s on the unrestricted side of our budget. And this is made up of district and site funds. So on this slide, I broke it into here's what's held at the district and here's what's held at the sites. Only in the 4,000s. Again, there's 1s, 2s, 3s, 5s, 6s, and 7s, but this is 4,000s books and supplies. You'll see at the district level, we budgeted to spend about $4.5 million. We have actually spent 1.3 through January 31st. We have obligated an additional 2.2. And again, that could be obligated in several different ways. Could be we've ordered something, we have not received it yet as of January 31st. Could be we've entered an agreement with somebody to provide a service that has not been completed. And you'll see we have about $1 million remaining, unspent, unencumbered across all those different object codes, in the district held unrestricted 4,000s. Site-based funds, same. Again, that's spread across all of our sites. That's in the 4,000s. They, at their sites, have budgeted about $2.2 million, spent about 1.2, encumbered another 600, and have about 400,000 remaining. Have these changed since January 31st? Absolutely. We've either adjusted the budget, spent some more, reallocated. Many times sites will budget in the 4,000s, but they decide, heck, I don't need that anymore. So I'm going to move what I budgeted out of the 4,000s, maybe into the 1s or the 2s to provide for some extra hourly. So there's constant adjustments going on in the budget. A little detail on the 5,000s on the unrestricted side. Again, this is district and site funds, but I did not break this one out in district and site because this is about 99% district held funds, very little at the site. Travel and conference is just that. It's for conferences, dues and memberships. Insurance, that is our property and liability insurance premium. Operations and housekeeping is utilities. Transfers of direct costs is direct. You'll see those are actually negatives, so it's a negative expenditure, so it's a good thing. As we capture direct costs from categorical or restricted programs as part of the They allow us to capture a portion of those programs for administrative reasons. You'll see professional consulting services, about 5.4 million on the district side. And just to break that down in the 5,800s, 1.6 million of that is actually in contracted services. 2.3 million of that is computer and tech related services. We have to pay for our student information system, filters, network services, and about 600,000 is legal and election costs. That doesn't account for all 5.4, but those are the major pieces in the 5,800s. 6,000 is capital outlay. 6,400 equipment. The majority of that was purchasing and equipping our police vehicles. Those were ordered 3 years ago. The expense was originally budgeted 3 years ago. We ordered 5, and we got those 5. We ordered another 5. We're still waiting to receive, I believe, 1. Same conversation now. I'm on the restricted side. Again, same object codes, 1s through 3s, 4s through 7s, budgeted activity encumbered and remaining. One of the things I want to point out on the restricted side, and this is a conversation I've had with my director of fiscal services in terms of an internal practice, is we assume that we're expensing all available restricted resources at our interim reporting periods. And you'll see later on there's a financial slide where I look at the actual numbers on the restricted side, and you'll see a projected ending fund balance of, I think it's $2, because we assume we're expensing all the restricted funds. That goes to the unearned revenue programs. We assume we're expensing all the unearned revenue to earn that revenue. When we close our books and we don't, we reduce the revenue accordingly. In ending fund balance programs, which ELOP is an ending fund balance program, equity multiplier is an ending fund balance program. When those resources are not entirely spent, you will see an ending fund balance when we close the books. In the 4s, district and site-based funds, restricted resources. Cindy was training me in our financial system, and I say that because it's been a couple years since I've taken a deep dive, so I needed a refresher, and it was great because as I was searching on the restricted side of the resource, restricted side of our Fund 01, there's 29 distinct restricted resources, all with different rules, all with different regulations, all with different spending parameters, all with different expiration dates that are managed in Cindy's office. You'll see it's broken down there. You'll see a large amount budgeted in the 4,300s, materials and supplies, mainly because it has been our practice to budget expenditures in the 4,000s until we know exactly where it's going to be spent. And then we make budget adjustments accordingly. And this right here is our assumption that we're expensing all of our restricted resources. When it comes down to our estimated actuals and our closing the books, we won't. And this is where I've talked to Cindy about, is there a better way to reflect the restricted activity in our Fund 01? Because this inflates the expenditures on the restricted side of the budget. But keep in mind, these are all the restricted resources. These are not resources available for just anything we want them available for. This is your title programs. This is your restricted state revenue. This is our ELOP program. ELOP has certain parameters. This is our equity multiplier funds, which is only at 3 sites, 4 sites. Thank you, Pat. You knew her. So this is not money that is unrestricted, that has no strings attached. Again, there's the breakdown, district and site-based funds, and you see a lot remaining because we don't have plans to spend it. So that's where we are going to get better in showing our actual activity and actual expected expenditures on the restricted side of our budget with these restricted resources. There's the 5s. Again, it's 99% district held funds versus site held funds. You'll see we're projecting about 21 million on this side of the fives. I want to call out Object 5100 Subagreements for Services, NPS. That stands for non-public school. The SELPA, our local SELPA, provides us with the information that is their estimate of Apple Valley Unified's non-public school charges for this year. So we have to budget that as an expense. We don't get $5.3 million from the state or the feds to cover this. So that's one of the factors that contributes to our contribution that I've mentioned before, from the unrestricted side of our budget to the restricted side of our budget to support restricted programs. Special education and routine restricted maintenance being the two major restricted programs that are supported by the unrestricted side of our budget. Special education, of course, there's laws, IEPs that we have to follow. The routine restricted maintenance, we're required to contribute 3% to the restricted side of our budget. Operations and housekeeping is utilities. Professional consulting services, again, you'll see that, the 58s, just to give you an idea. Currently, 4 million of that 10.8 is in ELOP, 1 million is in Title I. Special education has about 4 million of consulting services, outside agencies to provide services. Routine restricted maintenance has about 400,000, and lottery, we have about 600,000 in agreements. Restricted lottery for instructional materials only. Sixes, capital outlay. You might ask, what land are we buying? We're not. Under the 6100s, there's a whole list of minor object codes in routine restricted maintenance. When we make site improvements, some of those site improvements are coded to 6100. That's where they fall. We're not buying land. We're not budgeting to buy land right now. Buildings and improvements is just that. It's buildings. The majority of that budgeted expenditure is the portable buildings that recently arrived at Yucca Desert Knolls and Sandia for our transitional kindergarten. Lots of pieces, 12 pieces at each site because each building is 6 pieces. Equipment, and the majority of that is routine restricted maintenance, career technical education, and some ELOP. So now into 25, 26. Now I'm moving into our multi-year projection. That was a little detailed summary of the current year we're in. Now as we look forward, there's our LCFF revenue. You saw this slide, same slide. A couple things I'd like to point out. Our ADA now is the 25, 26 projected P2 ADA. The increase in the TK, COLA 2.43, unduplicated pupil percentage of 76.46. You can see the components there. This year's LCFF, as of second interim, we're estimated to receive about 184 million and change. Next year, we're at 188 million. Base grant goes up, grade span adjustment goes up, supplemental and concentration grant both went up. So we have more requirements in the supplemental and concentration grant portion of our LCFF. Transportation add-on went up and the transitional kinder add-on went up. Little asterisk. One thing we're not assuming next year in our LCFF calculation is the governor's proposed increase to the TK add-on. He has proposed to essentially double the TK add-on to facilitate the requirement to move from 24 to 2 in a TK classroom to 20 to 2. We're not assuming that because school services and FCMAT, two of the organizations we rely on, as do school districts across the state, have suggested that you do not include that at this point because it is merely a proposal. We'll know more at the May revise. But if that does come through as the governor proposed, that transitional kinder would about double. It'd increase our LCF revenue by approximately 1.3 million. Federal revenue, about the same. You'll see we've taken the carryover out. Title I is back to our normal allocation, as are all the other title programs. Again, I mentioned that 80,000 on the unrestricted. That's something we're considering taking out of the budget because it's just not reliable. State revenue, unrestricted, You'll see very consistent mandated cost block grant. There may be some increases to that. Lottery typically sees small increases year over year. The additional transportation reimbursement, we're budgeting the same amount, but again, that's calculated on our actual expenditures. So that allocation will be calculated when we report our expenditures for this year, minus our transportation LCFF add-on for this year. I'm sorry, times 60% minus our LCFF transportation. So it might be a little bit higher, but it all really depends on how much we actually spend on our transportation program. And you'll see the restricted programs again, a lot of instructional, pass-through revenues, CT incentive grant reduced because we have taken out the carryover. That's in the current year. And then all other state revenue, again, our ELAW, Prop 28, and there's that Stour's on behalf again. Couple things we're not assuming in this state revenue category is the one-time discretionary funding proposed by the governor. Part of his January proposal, it's a per ADA. Information was released by school services. They believe it will be distributed in a per ADA amount, which if part of the budget as proposed would be about $4 million for Apple Valley Unified. We are also not including the governor's proposal to restore the remainder of the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. The LREBG was given out to school districts, and then the governor said, oh, wait a second, we're going to take a whole bunch of it back. Oh, wait a second, you can have a little bit of what I took back. And now he's like, oh, well, I'm going to give you the rest back. But we're waiting on that because it's merely a proposal at this point. And that small piece that we may get back has some strings attached to it now, where the original LREBG did not, based on a student's assessment. So waiting to hear how that plays out. So in 25-26, our expenditures, again, we're including any negotiated settlements, step and column increases for all of our employee groups, which come along with benefit adjustments, PERS, STIRS contributions. Staff funded through short-term revenues is transitioning to ongoing revenues. STIRS and PERS employer contribution rates. I do believe the STIRS is projected to be level at 19.1 for many years. PERS goes up slightly, not as much as had been originally assumed. And of course, our operating cost inflator. We're assuming some reductions and some adjustments, ongoing reductions focused on the unrestricted side. We're looking at possible expenses on the unrestricted side that we can shift to ongoing restricted resources. And we're looking at certain strategies to reduce our contribution to special ed. And probably the biggest is really reducing our reliance on contracting with outside agencies. That's going to mean people, though. That's going to mean people that are our employees providing these services. So it's not, if we have a contract for an outside agency to provide a service that maybe costs $250,000, and they provide the people to provide that service, if we take that away, then we're going to have to provide the people to provide that service. So it's not going to be a savings of that entire consultant agreement, because we will have to backfill that service because those services are still going to be required. Just want to remind the room that in the 24-25, in the current year adopted budget, in the multi-year projection, we had assumed non-specific line item reductions in next year of 12 million. At first interim, we had to update those. We assumed non-specific line item reductions of 14 million in next year, back at the first interim presentation. And this year, we're assuming some non-specific line item reductions. You'll see the 1s, 2s, and 3s lumped together. This is our certificated and certificated management staff, classified and classified management staff, and the corresponding reductions to the 3,000s. That's the PERS, the STIRS. $9 million of reductions in next year. Now, the supplemental retirement program that the board authorized in the February meeting, after the cutoff for the second interim, we're looking to, based on PAR's estimates, we're a little over $6.5 million of savings. If we don't backfill any of those positions, and I know our HR office is working very diligently to look at those positions, but the fewer positions we backfill, the more savings we can net. In the 4s, 5s, and 6s, we have line item reductions non-specific line item reductions of about 4 million. That's 13 million. So at budget adoption, we projected we were going to need about 12 million in reductions in the 25-26 school year. At second interim, we projected about 14 million. At first interim, we projected about 14 million. At second interim, we're projecting about 13 million. But the supplemental retirement program has gotten us some of that. We're not assuming some revenue. So there's many variables that will affect us as we continue to move through this year. And we'll continue to make budget adjustments, expenditure reductions. If there's something we have budgeted in the current year that we have determined that we don't need, we can take that out of the budget. And that allows us to reduce those expenditures, which allows us to reduce our projected deficit spending in the current year, which means then a higher ending fund balance. And you'll see the dynamics of that in the financial slides coming up. Again, these expenditure reductions were based on assumptions as of January 31st. Adjustments have occurred and will continue to occur. And any additional board action subsequent to January 31st, like the supplemental retirement plan, will have additional impacts on the expenses and reductions as we move through the remainder of this year. Seen this slide, here it is again, utilizing the current year, the 26-27 projected P2, the 3.52% COLA. You'll see our LCFF goes up to about $195 million. All those components increase: the base grant, the grade span adjustment, the supplemental and concentration, the transportation. And again, we're not assuming the TK add-on. Again, if the TK add-on comes through, that doubles in this year also. That is ongoing funding as part of our LCFF. Here's our federal revenue slide. You'll see that looks exactly like the one from 25-26 because we don't make any federal revenue adjustments typically in our multi-year projections because they have been fairly consistent. The state, again, that'll look a lot like the slide for 25-26 because those revenues are fairly consistent. We're counting on that ELOP. That's Governor Newsom's baby. The legislature loves that program. We're counting on that continuing. We're counting on Prop 28. That was the voter initiative. And there's that Stour's on behalf again. On the expenditure side, of course, we include all negotiated settlements, step and column increases, minimal natural attrition. We include a little natural attrition in our multi-year projections every year because we have people retire every year. We have people resign every year. Are we likely to get as many in 25-26, in 26-27 as we did this year? Absolutely not, because we had that retirement incentive this year. So we're not assuming as much natural attrition as we have in the past. And any expenditure reductions, we're not assuming any non-specific expenditure reductions in this year, but again, ongoing focus of taking restricted resources to pay for what we can, freeing up unrestricted resources, and again, strategies to reduce our contribution to special education. So the multi-year financial projections. This is the unrestricted side of the budget as of January 31st. You'll see there's our revenues. That's our LCFF and our unrestricted state revenues. The expenditures we have. Sources, uses. That's two lines combined. There's a source, 2 million. We transferred in from Fund 14 deferred maintenance. That came in, that's a positive 2 million. 43.8 million going out to the restricted side to cover routine restricted maintenance and special education. So a net deficiency of about 14.6 million, taking our fund balance from 25.5 to about 10.9. Again, those are our financials as of January 31st. You can see 25-26 and 26-27. Again, 25-26 with those $13 million of non-specific line item reductions built in, and the assumption that we're not receiving that additional TK revenue and not receiving the discretionary block grant. You'll see there, if we receive that one-time revenue and the discretionary block grant and that ongoing TK revenue, that'll have a positive effect on the budget in 25-26. And the TK will have a positive effect into 26-27. Here's the restricted side. As I mentioned earlier, in the current year, we're assuming every restricted dollar we have is going to be spent. And that's not going to come true. Again, we need to get better at reporting the actual financial activity on the restricted side across those 29 resources. Some large, like ELOP, some small, like a vocational ag grant of $75,000. They're ranges combined. Ending fund balance components. I'm going to take you all the way down to the bottom. 3% required reserve. We meet that in all 3 years. You'll see up top, 10.8 is bigger than 8.3, 7.6 is bigger than 7.4, and 10.4 is bigger than 7.5. However, we don't meet the board policy reserve requirement of 5% in any of the 3 years in our current cycle. Some highlights, future. Our P2 reporting period is here in just a couple weeks. Looking forward to some good numbers. Probably not higher than last year, so we probably will not be making any adjustments to our LCFF calculator in the current year, but if there's a miraculous spike in ADA in the next 6 days, we'll definitely adjust. Local programmatic decisions, always very important. Look at that unrestricted deficit spending trend, impact on services for our students. They may revise what's going to change because things will. The COLA will change. Or will there be additional categorical program requirements? Will that discretionary block grant come with strings? Will the TK add-on be as big as the governor proposed? And that's actually more down into the state adopted budget, that last line item. So one of the things I haven't talked about yet is the governor's proposal to manipulate Prop 98 in the current year. He has proposed to under-appropriate education or under-appropriate Prop 98 to the tune of about $1.6 billion in the current year. And I know the folks at CASBO, CSBA, AXA, they're all fighting that. And I will be very interested to see how that plays out in the next months. But that could mean some additional, I would suspect it'll probably mean some one-time revenue. Maybe that's how he's going to pay for the discretionary block grant. I don't know, but that'll be very interesting to see how that works out and how it affects Apple Valley Unified. Thank you for your patience and your attention. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for
I
Matt?
can attempt to answer. Not
questions?
Thank you. I had a question just for the reserves
Sure.
that were spent down.
Do you have a particular slide, Ms. Longshore, that I can reference, put back up on the screen? The slide number, they're in the bottom right on the packet.
Yes. Well, I had specifically looked at the budget itself, the first interim.
Okay.
Can I speak from that?
The first interim?
The second interim.
Okay.
So the ending fund balance. So if we're looking at F1A, we see fund balance of the $22,272,892.
Can you let me know what,
127.
Ms. Longshore, which page of that packet are you on?
That's page 1, which is actually the 4th page in.
Right there?
It's under F.
F1A, $22,272,892.27.
Yes. Yes. So, and then I was looking at the ending fund balance on under 2 there.
$9.6 million.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I was looking at, so the beginning fund balance, the ending fund balance as of June 30th. The original budget was 12,631,696. And the actuals to date are $19,103,579.49.
Can you help me? Can you guide me to a page you're looking at?
It's on the same page.
Where it says a net increase.
Up above?
Yeah.
So I was curious as to how that money was spent.
Reading E?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let me start at the top on this page. The column you're looking at, Ms. Longshore, is the original budget. So that is the budget as adopted last June for this particular year. We adopted the revenue sources, you'll see, and this is the unrestricted side of the budget on page 1. You'll see that noted up on the top, everybody. 24-25, second interim, unrestricted, original budget, column A. We adopted 184.6 million LCFF. You'll see state and local totaling 191 million of revenue. There's our expenditures, 68 million on certificated salaries. You can read those going down. You'll see the total expenditures of 163 million. And you'll see line C there in the middle of the page. That nets to about a $28 million positive between revenue and expenses. However, we have a couple things down here, and this is the sources uses I talked about. This is a source. This is a $2 million transfer in from Fund 14, our deferred maintenance. This is a transfer out. At adopted budget, we were estimating about $42.7 million. That is a contribution from the restricted side of Fund 1, from the unrestricted side of Fund 1 to the restricted side of Fund 1 to support restricted programs, mainly special education and routine restricted maintenance. So we come down, so the net effect at adopted right here, total other financing sources was a negative 40 million. So the 12.6 negative is a net effect of revenues minus expenses plus transfer in minus contributions nets to $12.6 million of unrestricted deficit spending as of adopted budget, thus reducing the ending fund balance from 22.2 to 9.6.
And then there was another $1,938,096.27
And
in 2D.
In 2D.
So I was curious.
I'm sorry, Ms. Longshore, I'm not finding that in.
You didn't see it.
Give me that number again.
Under 2D. So it's same F fund balance reserves, 2D. It says other assignments.
So we're on page 2? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the $1,938,000.
Yes.
Yes. If you look back to page 1 and look at the ending fund balance, 9.6 million. Number 2A, B, C, D, E, those are components of the ending fund balance. 9.6 million, if now we carry that down here, you take 7.7, that was the 3% reserve required for economic uncertainties. That's the minimum that has to be held to meet that 3% reserve requirement. Any additional is called out on that other assignment line. If you add 7.7 and 1.9, you're going to get 9.6.
Right.
Those are the components of the ending fund balance.
Yes. So my question is,
Mhm.
we have no actuals to date. So have we spent that?
The actuals to date would be column C.
Yes.
Um,
So it's
but
blacked out.
it's just a component of the ending fund balance. So it's not something that we spend out of the ending fund balance. You'll look at projected year totals, column D, and we'll look at the projected ending fund balance of 10.8 million right here. Everybody see that? That's the projected ending fund balance. That was on the final slide of the presentation that talked about the components of ending fund balance. If we go to page 2, there's our 3% required reserve, which is the 8.386 million. And any over and above that, that is not assigned or committed is other assignments 2.3 million. You add those two, that totals to the ending fund balance currently projected that we're going to end the year with. We don't spend out of the ending fund balance.
Thank you.
Certainly. Any other questions? Thank you again for your attention.
Thanks, Matt. All right, moving on to public comments. Anna, do you have any public comments? We have one card here. And it is Ida Torres. Oh, there you are. Thanks for waiting all this time.
Thank you for having me. I'm excessively hot. After 50, menopause kicks in. Yes, thank you. Good evening, board and directors. I'm Ida Torres Romo, who represents the Apple Valley Seminoles football and cheer, who has a long-standing community partnership with Apple Valley Unified School District. We have facility use with the history free of any incidents or issues at Granite Hills High School for years. Our organization supports local youth in the community by providing positive role models in organized sports of football and cheer and baseball until the situation with the Granite Hills head coach, who until actually coached for the Seminoles until November 2024, there has never been even a question of our continued partnership for the benefit of the community. On 2/18, I reached out to Michael, I believe that's her name. Yes, entered, thank you.
Ma'am,
Yes.
all right here, I'm sorry. Can you start from the beginning? We had an interruption over here and it was kind of confusing to hear you and
Mr.
that.
Royal, I'm hot. I'm just
Okay.
Okay, let's
But
start
you know
over.
what? We want to hear what you had to say.
I
so,
know, I
yeah.
get it. I will start all over. So, good evening. My name is Ida Torres. I represent the Apple Valley Youth Football and Cheer, okay, who has a longstanding community relationship with Apple Valley Unified School District. We have a facilities use with the history free of any incidents or issues at Granite Hills High School for years. Our organization supports local youth in the community by providing positive role models and organized sports of football, cheer, and baseball. Into the situation with Granite head coach, who until actually coached for the Seminoles until November of 2024. There has never been even a question of our continued partnership for the benefit of the community. On 2/18, I reached out to Michael, introducing myself after having a great relationship with Caprice, who has now retired, and I'm very sad about that. On 2/20, we submitted our field use agreement. By 2/25, I was informed by Michael that Michelle denied our 4 dates, which were 9/20, 9/27, 10/18, and 10/25, since their football team will be adding weekends to their practice schedule. Never in 10 years have they had practice on Saturdays. I can understand maybe one day being denied, but all 4 were denied, citing use of the field by the high school team. I know CIF has limited practice hours and policies on practices, and I do not see how this reasoning is truly what is going on. It is also worth noting that the head coach of Granite and Football Booster Club is advertising and recruiting children for this feeder team. Boosters and coaches are not allowed to recruit for high school and colleges, and with this new program taking over field usage being run by the head coach of Granite and has booster members involved, this does not look like an ethical situation. I understand anyone can apply for field usage. I understand that we are not the only ones. What I do understand is why, since the inception of this new feeder youth football program by the head coach, who, by the way, coached for us until the end of the season, we are now denied access to our game day request. I do believe that the denial of use was intentional in effort to remove the Seminoles from using a field. A quick note, additionally, after field use was denied, I asked if they had another field which can facilitate the Seminoles. I asked for a copy of the denied facilities use agreement with no luck on receiving a copy as of today, 3/6/2025. We were never allowed to perform any registrations at any school within the school district. Yet the Wildcats are advertising the signups at Granite Hills High School. Apple Valley Seminoles is asking for Apple Valley Unified School Board to do what's right for the children of Apple Valley. We're looking for equality and fair treatment for service of our children. We're asking for the board to review the ethical practices of the affiliation of the head coach of Granite Hills High School and the Youth Wildcats feeder program for Granite Hills football. We maintain our working relationship with the district for the benefit of the children of the community. I do hope there's a way we can continue to work together in a positive manner to serve all the youth in the community that need these programs. Thank you very much for allowing me to stand up and basically just discuss what's going on in our with our field use. And I also have some pamphlets for you guys. I meant to say that before I started, but I was having a conversation with Chief Molina. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, thank you for your comments. And we did this, I discussed this with staff today. Somebody will be contacting you from the superintendent's office. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for waiting so long to get her. Wow. Yeah.
I'm not sure anything's still open.
Maybe breakfast. Okay. I'm going to move over to board member comments, but I'm sure nobody has anything at 10 o'clock in the evening. Right? Right. Okay. Superintendent comment? Nothing. Okay. Public hearing. Did you have a comment, Renee? Board member comment? Anything? That's what's on the agenda. I was just kind of trying to shame everybody into not saying anything.
Message received.
Okay.
A comment.
Oh, okay.
You know, I can't let you get away. I just wanted to acknowledge Women's History Month. As you can see, there are 4 women serving on the board, and I couldn't miss this day and not celebrate the 4 women, which is historical. We've never had that. And I also wanted to celebrate every mother, every female that is walking on this earth. It is Women's History Month, and I can't forget that. Thank you so much for all you do.
Well, thanks for the comment, because my wife says that if you want something done, you got a woman to do it. So you know what? You got 4 of them here. So okay. Okay, we're going to move on to public hearing. Hold a public hearing to receive comments on the annual 5-year statutory school fee report. I now open the public hearing regarding the annual and 5-year statutory school report. Time at 9:46 p.m. So basically, Matthew Schulenberg, Assistant Superintendent Services, will provide some information regarding this item. Her hearing must be open for at least 1 minute. Matt, do you have anything you want to?
So Rick, if you'd like, I could talk really slow to take a whole minute. This is just the public's opportunity to comment on our use of developers' fees. Those are fees that we assess on new construction in the town of Apple Valley, a residential and commercial fee. They're held in Fund 25, typically utilized for improvements to offset the costs of the kids that come from new construction and housing.
Okay. Any questions, comments from members of the board regarding annual 5-year statutory fee report? All right. Ann, are there any public comments regarding this 5-year statutory report? Any comments? Okay, thank you. Okay. If no comments are given, after 1 minute, Being open, hearing no further public comments, I now close the public hearing for the board regarding the annual 5-year statutory report at 9:47 p.m. Thank you. Special meeting, none at this time. Discussion action session has recommended the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Mutually agree on no more than 5 candidates for the 2025 California School Board Association Delegate Assembly for Subregion 16B. And then you see the names that you have in front of you there. So we need a motion to approve or change or write in. Anybody
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 5
that are on here?
that are, well, there's 6, but the
Okay.
5 that are currently serving
Okay, so which one is?
the asterisks. So we've got Maria Gomez,
Okay.
Ronald Newton, Glenn Dr. Rogers, Eric Swanson, and Kathy Thompson.
Okay, great. So we have a motion by Buchanan. Any second on that? I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Thank you, Amanda. Adopt resolution number 242519, reduction of discontinuance of certificated services. Any discussion?
I do have a question.
Okay. Well, let's go with the motion. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who was that? Anita?
Anita.
Okay.
I'll second.
And then the second by,
Buchanan.
Me, Amanda.
Buchanan. I'm sorry, I'm getting, we're out here. Okay, any discussion? Go ahead, Renee.
Yes, so the certificated staff, I believe I counted 48. Does this include the reading intervention specialists?
Who wants to address that? Renee? Okay.
Actually,
Oh,
Dustin. Yeah.
Yes, there are some, not all. I believe there are several sites were disproportionate in terms of the number of what we call LLI teachers. I point at Lesley because I know she's one. And I think the decision has been made to continue to fund one at each of the 10, categorically fund 10, one at each of the 10 schools, elementary schools, and anything beyond that would be reflected in this list.
I speak from a place of concern as a teacher of the elementary ages, where reading intervention is a saving grace to so many young students who need that early intervention. I think it would be a shame to remove those supports at this time. When I think about reduction, I don't think of reducing our reading specialists that provide that support to those struggling students. I think it's essential to set them up for success in the rest of their education. And so I'm concerned about that.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table, so we'll do a roll call vote because I think there's opposition to this. Amanda, you made the motion, so you support this? Make a roll call on the support.
Yes.
Okay. Okpara?
Yes.
Anita? Tucker? Yes, no?
No.
Okay. Longshore?
So I'm sorry, we're voting on,
Yes or no on the adoption of the resolution of discontinuance of certificated services?
so I would have to say no.
Okay.
Because
That's good. I vote yes. Motion passes 3-2 with Longshore and Tucker voting no. Raleigh, Buchanan, Opara voting yes. Item 3, adopt resolution number 242520, reduction of discontinuance of classified services. Again, we'll need a motion to approve.
So moved.
So by Opara
Yes.
and
I'll
second? A second by Buchanan. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Item 4, approve the certificated and classified personal actions as listed. Need a motion to approve?
So moved.
Para. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, we
Any-
don't have a discussion.
Oh,
Any discussion? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just curious about this particular one, even though I moved for it. If you have certificated or classified personnel that were issued a letter of to transfer or to move to another position after we made the decision, are we going to open up our retirement so that if they choose to go in the retirement block, that they go into that retirement block without penalty? We need to be sure that that is open for them and give them, even if it means just 1 week, for them to submit their retirement paper so that they can also benefit from that service.
Yeah, that's actually agendized under the closed session that we're going back into.
Okay.
And so we will hopefully have a readout when we come back out.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Item 5, approve the recommendation for requested leave as noted.
so moved.
I second.
Buchanan and Opara. All in favor?
Discussion.
Any discussion?
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Item 6, approve the course study adoptions for Serenade, Bravo, Encore, and Chambers.
So moved.
And I'll second it.
We have a motion by Anita
Yes.
and a second by Buchanan. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Item 7, approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on expulsion case EXP number 21, 2024, 25.
So moved.
Second.
Buchanan made a motion, second by Tucker. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Expulsion case 22, 2024, 25.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Okpara. Buchanan made the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I'm sorry. Everybody said aye? Okay.
So on I-8, was there discussion on that at all?
No, we're going.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Yeah, but we're coming up to that right now. So
Aye.
item 8, adopt the Apple Valley Unified School District Long Range Facilities Master Plan. We'll call for a motion first, and then we'll open it for discussion.
So move.
It was
Second.
moved by, I'm sorry, who?
Opara moved it,
Maria?
and I
Okay.
believe Anita
Tucker? Okay.
seconded it.
Tucker second, okay. Any discussion?
Yes, I just needed clarification for this particular item that no additional spending for capital outlay outside of what is needed for safety and upkeep is being approved here.
Matt, do you want to address it? I can.
No, this particular master plan does not have any spending tied to it yet. This is a start for Apple Valley Unified. We have not had a long-range facilities master plan in the past. The next step would be for our facilities department to work with our schools to prioritize projects and then identify possible funding sources, which could consist of general fund, Fund 40, our special reserve for capital outlay, COPs, COP proceeds, or general obligation bonds. But no spending is tied to the adoption of the plan at this time.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Number 9, approve the CalPERS Health Program resolutions, resolutions 24-25-15, certificated bargaining unit, resolution 24-25-16, classified bargaining unit, resolution 24-25-17, unrepresented employees, and resolution 24-25-18, Board of Trustees.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Buchanan, second
Tucker.
Tucker. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Okay, so we're going down to consent. To recommend that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items, and they are 1 through 29. So let's go ahead and,
I'd like to pull 8.
okay, so 8, And then anybody else want
I'd like to pull 6 and 7, I think it's
6 and 7?
Yes.
6,
And
7,
8.
6, 7,
Okay.
6, 7, 8. Okay. So do we have a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, 4 through 28 minus 6, 7, and 8?
Actually, skip 7. 7 is in.
7? No, you don't want
I don't want to.
Okay, wait, which ones are we pulling?
to? 6 and 8.
6 and 8.
6
Okay,
and,
not
okay. Okay, so we have a motion, we need a motion to approve items 1 through 28, other than,
29.
I'm sorry, yeah, 29, 6 and 8.
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Buchanan and a second Opara. We'll start with item,
6.
okay, so we have a motion to approve. We'll have discussion on 6 and 7, so go ahead and,
Should we vote
We'll
on?
do.
Vote
Okay,
on those.
okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be your order. So we have 6 and 8 to, okay, so go ahead and, who wants to,
I start with 6.
go ahead. What's your
Okay,
concern?
6, the concern that I have, I noticed that the change was made regarding this contract with the probation department. However, it did mention something about the cost to the district, and the last understanding was that there was a grant, and it didn't cost us anything. But when I went back to read it, it says that the district is responsible for 70,000 per person. So was that grant from our district, or was it grant from the county?
It's from the county probation.
So-
So the original contract does come through with the dollar amount. And then when they get the funding, they send us the letter. So the original contract, we did not have the funding source yet. It would have been a cost to us. But right as we were bringing it to the board the last time, the letter came through and it was approved for another year of us not contributing anything for the cost.
So the language should be clarified in the document that we're going to check off, because the document that we have for this particular board meeting today did state that the district was responsible to pay.
Yes.
So I'm a little bit curious about that.
For the fiscal implication, it says on February 12th, the district received notification that San Bernardino County Juvenile Court Coordinating Council has agreed to have our district portion of the probation officer salary funded through AB 1913 Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. So that's the indication. We've got the letter. They won't change the original contract because they have to state the amount. Then they tell us by the grant.
So
And that's
they'll
why
have-
it's stated in our background.
So they'll have to attach it to this document so that nobody is confused down the road to say, well, that is, the missing paper is here, and we want you to pay up.
We do. We submit that to the business office along with the contract once it's approved.
Okay.
Okay.
The next question that I have regarding this particular contract is it gives us the information about what the probation officer can and cannot do. But I'm still concerned that if the probation officer begins to notice this child, and gradually this child now ends up in juvenile court system to become part of the juvenile system, to have a record. I'm just wondering when the our social workers that we have on campus, or the mental health counselors that we have on campus, and all of these people that we have put in place, when do they come in before the child becomes a ward of the court?
Yeah. So for clarification, if a probation officer is on campus, the only normal contact with students is for intervention purposes, training of staff. But they do have caseloads of students that are on formal probation from the court system. Those students, if there is an issue on campus that they have violated something, the probation officer can come assist with that situation. They cannot notice things on campus and add any new, like they can't violate a student that has not been put on formal probation. They can't cite them. They have no jurisdiction over those students. That would go through the normal process of if there was a penal code violation, it would be our police department or the sheriff's department. So they don't get to do anything like that. They really are just there so that they can supervise before and after school. They can be out supervising. They can be supervising at lunch. And at both campuses, our probation officers are actively out there greeting kids, talking to them, getting to know them. The majority of the things that they help us with is our cessation programs and referrals for students to get support that they may need, even if they're not in probation.
Good. Thank you.
Along with SARB. They're part of the SARB panel.
Okay, so we'll move on to,
Can we vote on that one?
well, we can just do them both. Let's go ahead.
We can't.
Okay, go ahead and then, I disagree with you, but we'll go ahead 6. Motion to approve item 6.
So moved.
Okay,
I'll second.
Okpara and Buchanan.
Buchanan.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Okay, 8.
Okay.
8's one that you
Yes.
wanted to pull? Yeah.
So just in the interest of avoiding any conflict of interest
Well,
due
just
to,
oppose.
yeah. So you guys would excuse yourselves at this point for a moment.
We leave?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the,
See, because we can't even vote on this. so
right,
we're gonna-
or be in the room for the
Are you in the
discussion. I
restroom?
got you.
Don't start without me. I'm going to-
Okay. I'll talk slow.
I see why you wanted to do
Yeah.
6 by yourself.
I was
I didn't want to
like,
argue, it's just getting late.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I made a note when we were back.
I didn't know you were going to throw them out.
Well, that's what they said
Okay.
we should do.
Okay, so we don't need a report on it. We just want to vote with the 3 of us here. So
Correct.
motion to approve 8.
So moved.
And I'll second it.
Okay, Longshore made this the motion and Buchanan second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. You bring them back in real quick?
Well, they went to the ladies. Right?
Done. Yeah, we did it. Okay, so basically, we do need a second closed session. So we will need a motion to go into closed session. I'll make the motion that we go into closed session at 10:03 PM. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so Raleigh made the motion and Buchanan seconded. And all in favor?
Aye.
Now we're
Okay.
going to be talking about them. This is the time we go to discuss y'all.
Staff reports?
Okay. Okay, so we're back from closed session. We'll call back the meeting to order at 11:22 p.m. And we'll just do a quick roll call. Amanda,
Here.
Maria,
Yes.
Renee,
Here.
Anita,
Here.
and I'm here. So we recommended that we're going to reopen PARs. That was what was in closed session. That was one item. So the clerk will read any report of action taken in closed session. So
In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Item B3, Conference on Litigation Government Code, Section 54954.5, Section D, and 54956.95, subsection, nope, just kidding, Z, ROCA versus AVUSD. On a motion by Rick Raleigh, seconded by Maria Akpara, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim of Zane Roca. B4, on a motion by Rick Raleigh, seconded by Amanda Buchanan, with a unanimous vote, the Board of Trustees approved the following. Do I read? It's not yellow.
what's that?
Can't see it from there. You're gonna read, yeah. And the numbers? Okay. So to approve the non-reelection of the following certificated probationary employees identified by employee number 0478 and number 8607 and number 1548 effective June 30th, 2025, and direct that the superintendent or her designee give written notice thereof as required by law. All right, and item B7, conference with labor negotiator. On a motion by Maria Akpara, seconded by Anita Tucker, the Board of Trustees approved the following. Approved the memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 828, dated February 28th, 2025, regarding transfer processes through December 31st, 2025.
That it? Yep. Okay. So we just have one more item. Is there any future items for any board members that want to agendize anything?
I would like to put on the agenda to discuss equitable access across our high school campuses.
Okay. So that'll be a staff report at some future time. And with that, our next regular board meeting will be April 10th, 2025 at 5 p.m. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, recommend that we adjourn the meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Did you catch all that?
It was unanimous.
It was Buchanan and Tucker. Oh, Maria. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Hearing none, that'll be the motion, or that'll be the order. So I think this was a record. 11:30.
Sadly, this